is present. Honorable Colonel Halona.
Hello, Mr. President. Good morning.
Honorable Colonel Halona and Sir roll call. Honorable Jamie Henia. Honorable Jamie Henia. Honorable Jamie Henia did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James.
Ja, ich bin der Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James answered roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So.
This one on in there? No.
Honorable Eugene So did not answer roll call. Honorable
Yes,
Thomas
I
Walker
hear
Jr.
Well, he's muted. He speaks into the mic. Then when they reply, he can't hear them at all. So Jalissa has their phone. And she's like telling me. What happened? It's working.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Juanita. Honorable Edison Juanita. Honorable Edison Juanita did not answer roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not answer roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair is present. Good morning.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered roll call. Going back up. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
They're still asleep.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
They're still asleep.
Nathaniel Brown did not answer roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not answer roll call. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati.
Brown.
Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kines Bakrati did not answer roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown has answered roll call. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Herman Daniels did not answer roll call. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not answer roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Charlene Stout. Honorable Charlene Stout. Honorable Charlene Stout did not answer roll call. Honorable Otto Stout. Honorable Otto Stout. Honorable Otto Stout did not answer roll call. Honorable-
Present. Thank you. Otto So is present.
Honorable Otto Stout answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker is present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker is present.
Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Roll call. Honorable Edison
Thomas
Juanita.
Walker. Thomas Walker is present.
Honorable Thomas Walker answered roll call. Honorable Edison Juanita. Honorable Edison Juanita. Honorable Edison Juanita did not answer roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not answer roll call. With that, Honorable Speaker, you have 13 delegates who answered roll call and who are present.
Thank you very much. With that, roll call, colleagues, we have 13 members present this morning. So let's go ahead and continue on down. At this time, colleagues, requesting if there is any one of the members of the Naabik'íyáti committee that'd like to do an invocation this morning.
Speaker Kialan's online.
Good morning, Honorable Kealan Begay.
Speaker, Delegate
Yes.
Miz, don't mind praying.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman. Go ahead and
Okay,
the floor is yours.
thank you. Honorable Speaker Damon, honorable members of the 24th Nomination Council. So let us bow our heads and pray. Nehitcha nehirigan God. Anaho arahon lona honetsen nehirigan nleniki echehe hot inna ben hiketsleo honzaten hios kartenla. Inna ben an hent kenike by kenitsen kuicha. Nehich and the nande, but other oho ato hot zap at the hidit. Es hojon about honetsen. Nihesna hot jonsa. At in Nabakat Ege Kroba Honets and O Ronas and Heo Carson Lego, Nihigan Lany Ashhora, Nahahans and on Hajin Apa. Do Yoranit Era نخار هستكي دا يلزي شسزين جبتا هنستن نئيسي قد دنينا أتانا أوشكانسا هيلا بنا هدين نيلا نسندسا شنانت آشين آهدات بدات إس آشين سا هيلا بنا هستالنا هينتسنسا إيشين بنا شان كرو نتسن كيسلا يات إهو إيها كرو إنايشت إتو دانيتسنسا نتنه باهيت أن ليني نسباهوزن بان سيديك كيسي جيدا هوت أوران سيديك كيسو دو هوت إيغو دا شان بيهتا هيتزي هوتا هيني باهوتا بين خاهنزن دونت أنستوت إنيت إيرا إيشي دو يات إيشي بك أهنيت إيسا نخانن إيسا شخورن نهيت سانجو هنل نخانات دي كورونا سجونا نيك خاتن ليدو ليشو شانه نيت ليغو كرو دنبنان آدن نيت ليدو تاتناز نلجن بيش بحثا أنا President Nez and the Chief Justice Ajit an nation kitana tot hatnas nil the babanan kayapan kon niket kon lo ashora yat eho niken chikke son hijebi kon le ko tahini aton kitana pa yat eho stera hadon niso kro nhalchen behi katole yen khara hanzen go kro pe so khara shin nat ani daz lingo bana bana hat ayat eho koronas أخوي لين دولة نخاجين بطني هيدين ليني أشهر كوجنا حسن نجونكو يدوت إجنه كات قصن دالتو نخين دا دي يلتو نخين دا دي تشكيل كين ندا هشتكين دا إين ناتيل نجونكو كون نيل إن سساته إن دتا دي آني إن أهرزن هيدين لينين جونا قلت جستنا أروز زسن دا لين توبت أرو تخو دني لين شون هيجيا نارا هطلا دلت خهر جون كو هنارا هنستو أجزيتا في ديل إن شوب النشين كرو بين هتخيا نارا هوت إيتو ليش نالت لوشن جونا قو هتدن لارو كو الكتن سنان تبرا هونسين بيكاشي زاش خو na shoot the is dot each test nada last corner city and jonko as art hatan la and jonko just out hat khas na halansa and as the hat khas na elnisa o and that short as art over hatan la in hitting lane ke hitting lane dot out in a ben hiketsle nika and geda quiche Nash Niki con Zabet Nito con Nikitananda to Zito and Sikes Yada Eto but Sisto Yat Ehokoro Nash Nani Catole Hajina Ashhor Toyoranit Eren Hadajopa Ashhor Nikiskonla Atanda Ika Art Coachin. Each consonant I best has anti Kro Peson Hitch that Ningin Ray Washington. بينيت إيران نابك'íyáti كهجوه استدي نيت كده نتكو بيداتن اتسن بيداتن لا نادنزن أشهر كرون كتخون لونشين نابك'íyáti كتو نهيت آرو ليش لو ناس بديل نيت عندته نكده نيرون خبر خون لو أشكو أشتوي روشاني راح جو باغوشين آده هنيارن دهاز خان تو بس إيجو شاشون قد أدرس إيدو تو قد أدرس إي خارج لشكيشين دانسن فأهنسن دو بشون لا نكد الناشين سأدرس تأشيك أول يارب تدرس إشكالنسن يان سدا كيشين رو بنش كيشتو بتشيبي خن لكو يات إهو إنايش تنهي تدوكا يات إهو إنا ندست إتوليش and then his last son habit one last to ask. His ron his ass and asked for Nahashin the Ashkagi the Yat or the horse at all Nahan Nahid or Kalana Elna and the Tandan Tinida Kuro Nahabit one long. Arrow she had neither last one ben he catched la quiche. Cyber a job by Nahabajin a passo. Ronda in a conch and hitting lane. change and so deals and the lake and get Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you very much, Chairman Nez, for that invocation this morning. With that, colleagues, wrong place. Let me go ahead and continue down on our agenda this morning. Next is recognizing guests and visiting officials. Are there any recognitions this morning? Good morning, Honorable Freeland. Floor is yours.
Speaker Damon, Naabik'íyáti committee members, staff, good morning. Honorable Chairman Ricky Nez, thank you for that prayer, Shana. Koingi, Speaker and colleagues, this morning I wanted to recognize our 110 chapters, and she have 8, and just thinking about every day what they do and what they go through, and the services that they continue to provide out there in the local area and in the rural and remote areas. Thank you to our administrative teams, our community service coordinators, our administrative service, our administrative staff, account maintenance specialists, our public employment workers, our PEP workers, our Daltex teams delivering food today, our CXRs, all of those working out of the chapters. Just to think about these last 2.5 years, how much our chapters endured and how much they were there for our people. Thank you, as well as to our Navajo Nation employees, our frontline workers, our Navajo Nation PD, EMS and fire. Thank you. All those serving in capacity right now, and we're still in this midst of this pandemic. My chapters, good morning, Crown Point, Nahadishkish, Tsehai, Vicente, White Rock, Lake Valley, Herfino, Nayaza. Good morning to our 8 regional chapters, as well as to all the 102 other chapters. Thank you to the NOS chapters too for having us over on Saturday. We're very appreciate the NOS group and Honorable Herman Daniels, Natasando, Oljeto, Shanto, Tabikin, and Honorable Herman Daniels chapters this morning as well. Thank you for having us on Saturday. But Edia, Chairman, Speaker Damon, I hope everyone had a good weekend, and I hope everyone had some blessings, a blessed weekend as well. Got some rest. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much for that, Honorable Freeland. With that, colleagues, any other recognitions at this time? Or recognizing guests or visiting officials of the nation? If there are none,
Delegate Brown.
Delegate Brown? Oh, good morning, Honorable Brown. Floor is yours.
Yate been a speaker. Ado 24th Navajo Nation Council. Fish Bahasa and the Nebenot Ketnik Lini hat been Ado to all our wonderful staff. Yeah. I wanted to recognize my chapters over the weekend, and the University of Utah and the nonprofit that our chapters created, Naabik'íyáti Initiative. They have been working all weekend building a bahbagan, at the Kayenta chapter. I wanted to, a lot of hard work during the win. The intention that we're building in our communities is that we become more sustainable. So really good partnership with University of Utah, with some of the School of Architects, and for teaching our kids, our farm board, our chapter officials. I know that through the pandemic, we have endured a lot, not just as a nation, but the whole world. Where we continue to rebuild our nation, and it is with these wonderful partnerships. And also to the Kiva Club over the weekend. To Dr. Wendy Gray Eyes and her team, and Dr. Lee there, Tiffany Lee as well. I know there's other individuals involved. I just wanted to highlight them for their wonderful work to the community. And also planning an event is a lot of work, right? There's a lot of logistical part, and you hope that people show up, and all that money, and also with the gas prices and the inflation everywhere, it's really hard for some of our people to travel. And let's be mindful of our people and how everything around us is getting more expensive. The legislation. So I wanted to recognize these individuals, even with the increasing prices of just your regular travel, and they are here on the nation, and today we'll be in Chochimbito. So I wanted to recognize Chochimbito chapter there, the chapter manager and officials, to our team who's going to be there to do more cultural road mapping. So it's a lot of dedication, and again, we're not paying these individuals. So thank you for everyone on the nation who's volunteering. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brown. With that, colleagues, any other, I don't have anybody in the queue right now. Is there any other recognitions? Only twice. Only 3 times. That, colleagues, thank you again. We can continue on down. Item number 3 is our work session topics for the day. With that, item number 3A, introduction and purpose of the work session presented by, I'm going to go ahead and actually correct that. I can go over further on what the legislations will be, but then I'll go to the presenters themselves. This is by myself, Seth Damon, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Discussion on the proposed Navajo Nation America Rescue Plan Act legislation 0086-22 and 0087-22. Colleagues, this is going to be a presentation by Honorable Freeland, who is the sponsor on legislation 0086-22, which is an action related to the Naabik'íyáti Committee and Navajo Nation Council, allocating $1,070,298,867 of the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Funds, approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund expenditure plan for chapter assistance, public safety, emergency communications, E911, rural addressing housing, cybersecurity, public health projects, economic development projects, hardship assistance, water and wastewater projects, broadband projects, home electricity connection, and electric capacity projects, housing projects, and manufacturing housing facilities. Bathroom addition projects, construction contingency fund, and reducing the administrative fund. Again, Honorable Freeland will be doing a presentation on this, and at this presentation, colleagues, the questions and guidance will be after the presentation by both Honorable Freeland and the next presenter, Madam Chair Amber Crotty. But what Honorable Freeland will be doing is going over his discussing and presenting his presentation. I do believe he might have additional individuals who will be online to help assist in the presentation. At that time, colleagues, please stand by with your questions until our next presenter, which is legislation 0087-22, sponsored by Madam Chair Amber Crotty, member of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, who's a sponsor. And on that legislation, colleagues, it's an action related to the Naabik'íyáti Committee and Navajo Nation Council, allocating $1,070,298,867 of the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Funds for regional and chapter projects, approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund regional and chapter projects expenditure plan. Madam Chair Amber Crotty will go ahead and present that too as well. Once Madam Chair Amber Crotty does present that, she also might have additional agents on the line too as well, colleagues, to help assist in presenting the legislation. Now, when those both two have concluded, Honorable Freeland and then Madam Chair Amber Crotty, we will go open for discussion and comments. At that time, colleagues, if there's any recommendations that you're looking at, please reach out. If there's say example, if there's an amendment that needs to be helped or needs to be worked on that you're looking at, or if there's an action or directive, please draft that amendment up as to the best of your ability, or work with a legislative staff assistant or one of your advisors on the committees, and then send that information over to all your legislative district assistants who help assist you. You do ask for that information too as well, and send that information back over to Office of Legislative Services, Legislative Council, so that the further construction and final approval and recommendation for those directives, amendments, or if there's any further recommendations of change or correction that you're looking at, colleagues, in order for us to go ahead and have that further assistance so that we can go ahead and have that ready for that Naabik'íyáti committee. And then eventually, I know that there is going to be a special session on either one of these legislations or a combination of both of these legislations are eventually merged together, if that's a possibility. But again, I know that there will be a special session probably no later than the end of this month in order for us to identify the expenditure plans that need to be approved and sent over to the president's desk. With that, colleagues, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over now to Honorable Freeland, who is our first presenter on legislation 0086-22. Honorable Freeland, on the agenda, it does indicate that each presenter has 30 minutes, but we are in a work session capacity. And in that work session capacity, if you're needing additional time, just let the chair know at this time. So with that, Honorable Freeland, good morning again, and good morning to everybody listening in. Thank you very much for being a part of this discussion. Honorable Freeland, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Allah.
Hold on, Honorable Freeland, Honorable Keon Begay? Did you have something, or did you just want me to put you in the queue?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Speaker, before we move forward, I sent an email early this morning requesting for a report directly from the NTRC broadband. In order for us to really fully understand ahead of these two presentations, I believe that a report directly from the NRTC, the Regulatory Commission, Mr. Charlie, and then Mr. Sonia Nez, and then Mr. Patero, specifically what is in place regarding broadband. I don't know, that way it'll be understandable for us to comprehend the two different legislation that we're about to hear. So it email it lists a series of questions, and I'm not sure. I just resent that last night. That some of the email indicated that were kicked back because they're not deliverables for Kyle. So I'm not sure what's going on with that particular email. But nonetheless, that's my I guess request to you, Speaker. I know we've already gone into the process because I tried to get back on earlier because I didn't have a good connection in Ecuador, and I got back on the call. So it with that Speaker, so I'll leave that up to you. Maybe if we can get a report, maybe after. If not, maybe a written response. This is just a work session. A written response of specifically the overall current plan that's in place for the Navajo Nation regarding broadband, internet, telephone, landline, anything that has to do with telecommunication. So it is with that Speaker. So I will go ahead and yield the floor back.
Thank you. I want to be honest with you, Honorable Keon Begay. I did not receive that email, but I just now had staff state that to look it up, and there was an email at 2:00 this morning.
Yes, that's about right, Speaker.
And we haven't reached out. I'm having staff reach out to them now. I don't know if they're going to be ready to present right now. So my recommendation then is what we can do is if they are available today to reach out. I wish I would have known this earlier, like when we put the agenda together last week, so that we could have a coordinated effort so that they could be available and have that notice. But we can still reach out to them and see what they have and what their present or what their action is. I do believe that at this time too, as well, maybe they are online and they will probably give an overview on legislation 86-22. I do believe there's broadband services that are in there, and that recommendation did come from, I do believe a portion of that came from Mr. Tico Charlie and his group, and maybe with the assistance from the FRF office too as well. So I think Honorable Freeland will have more information on that. But without further ado, though, just to make sure we're continuing on this session, Honorable Keon Begay, staff's reaching out to them right now, and we'll add them on as presentation number 2 or item number B under work session topics. Honorable Keon Begay.
I appreciate that, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Okay. That, now let me go ahead and turn it over. Honorable Freeland, good morning. Thank you for being here with us in the chambers. Floor is yours at this time.
Hagoshina, Yat Ishnat, colleagues, speaker and staff, good morning. Wanted to, first of all, thank you all for allowing this work session to take place today on this very important two legislations that we have set before us. Shay, I wanted to introduce myself first. Mark Freeland, the Shiero Aradoslenigi Tutsoni, Snorok Kia Ani, A Bushes Chin, Sanjik Kinedashache, Aratana Bethany, Edishnala. Late East Osaka, I represent 8 chapters out of Eastern Agency, Crown Point, Nahadishkish, Te'ai, Basenti, White Rock, Lake Valley, Herfano, and Nayeza, Eastern Agency. So good morning. Speaker and colleagues, the purpose of this legislation was to put forth a plan and seek some common ground as a result of the legislation that was put forth previously by Speaker Damon as 0257-21. A plan was mitigated and a plan was set forth in response to a lot of the questions and comments and concerns that you as my colleagues had, Shantai, and it was modified from 257. So this is not the same plan. The proposed funding amount is, of course, is $1,070,298,867, the remaining American Rescue Plan Act funds that was set forth by U.S. Treasury. This legislation includes 38 expenditure plans, and the breakdown of the budget as follows. Chapter projects under Section 3, the proposed amount is at $81,950,000, meaning that each chapter would get $745,000 per chapter. That's the potential plan for 110 chapters. This is under the $750,000 threshold in case of auditing or to minimize the audit purposes, but they would be subject to audit if there's questions related to allocations. Section 4 includes public safety and rule addressing and cybersecurity. Those are under critical COVID services. Public safety and rule addressing, 35 million, as well as cybersecurity at 5 million. Those two are components that are greatly needed, especially the rule addressing portion. And public safety does need some help with assisting with messaging as well. Cybersecurity, of course, is at 5 million. That's an issue that's ongoing. We have this live in this continual threat of world security situation related to our cyber internet. Section 5 includes health at $70,487,500. The breakdown is as follows. Senior centers would be given an opportunity to utilize $19,243,750. Wellness centers is at $21 million. Detox centers at $15,243,750. Assisted living facilities is listed at $15 million. Warehouse is listed at $5 million. Transitional living is at $4 million. Under section 6, there's a breakdown for economic development at $45,662,398. The breakdown is as follows. NSBCI is at $5 million. The dinosaur tracks is at $4,600,000. Shiprock Visitor Center is at $8,711,367. Economic development and tourism is at $16,100,000. The Twin Lakes well is at $500,000. The Church Rock Industrial Water Line is at $8 million. Natadzil Water Line is at $900,000. Black Mesa Cal Spring cleanup is at $1,651,031. So the total subtotal impacts of COVID related are $164,949,898. Excuse me. Now, this component of the plan of the proposed budget includes a hardship component, and this is a very critical part because we do need to allocate more additional funding for hardship. The the hardship component is listed at 120 million. And I'll have my agent speak to a little bit to that as well. That's probably one of the biggest pieces that we have in this legislation is the hardship component. And then we're looking at the highest need as far as basic infrastructure, addressing basic infrastructure. As a delegate with 8 chapters, seeing for myself firsthand living conditions of our people and not having water, not having electricity, not having access to bathrooms, as well as the housing component. This is a very critical part in addressing a lot of the COVID mitigation and the COVID relief that ARPA can really help a lot of our people out with. The breakdown is as follows related to infrastructure. Water and wastewater is at 215 million. Broadband is at 120 million. Home electrical connections is at 96,400,000. Electrical capacity is at $3,600,000. New housing, new housing component is at 50 million. New housing for veterans at 50 million. A housing manufacturing line item is listed at 50 million. Housing for former Bennett Freeze is at 15,550,000. Bathrooms is listed at bathroom additions, is listed at 150 million. So the subtotal for infrastructure needs is at $750,550,000 even. There is a contingency line item funding allocation of $500, as well as the last part, of course, asked for administrative cost reductions. Executive branch was allocated, I believe, $180 million for the FRF, for the usage of the usage within the executive branch, and their refund, or they're willing to put back in for $42,151,531, and they're asking legislative to maybe ask for a $5 million refund as well. I don't know what to call it refund, but to assist back with these two amounts are to help with the hardship component. So that's what we're looking at right now as far as the kind of the budget breakdown and the budget situation. And the 42 million and the 42 million really reflects, the indirect costs is what I was trying to think of earlier. So that's what I was trying to think of, is the indirect cost proposal situation as well. So this legislation is critically essential and critically needed, Shanta. My colleagues, I cannot stress enough of the nature of the situation that we're in right now, and the timing of this legislation, the timing of ARPA, the timing of the needs out there. And as a delegate, like I said before, and I know a lot of you can attest to this, our people are in real need right now, and our people are really in dire situations. When you see elders living without water or having water barrels outside their homes, when you see families with 3 or 4 burned out generators, when you see the need, when you still see wash basins in homes, that tells a lot. So I'm asking for for your favorable consideration, asking to assist in this very critical time. Let's help change some lives. Let's help enhance livelihoods as well. And the other portion that it includes is the regional projects. And the regional project component is another big part that we also need to give some consideration to, because it is very essential. And we need to start now. We need to expedite, and we are on a critical timeline, so we really need to give this some consideration at this time, Shanta. And I want to go ahead and give some time to my agents. Speaker, I want to start with President Jonathan Nez and have him introduce his team. But that's kind of a breakdown right now, Shanta, for this legislation, and it is a direct response, like I said before, to 0257 and what you all had concerns about. So President Nez, are you on the line?
Yes, Delegate Freeland. Speaker David, may I?
Go ahead, President Abiga.
All right. Good morning, Speaker Damon and members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. And Delegate Freeland, thank you for your presentation. We do have the infrastructure team available for any questions. We do have Dr. Pearl Yellowman, Garrett Silversmith, Melinda Shirley, Dr. Rudy Shabala, and many more, with the main person really facilitating these discussions, our Chief of Staff, Paul Chaka. Thank you, Chief, for bringing everyone together. And NTUA, NECA, IHS, as we all know, the 0257-21 did not garner enough votes to pass. And right the next day, on Tuesday, we came back together and began to discuss what comments, questions were asked from you all during this special session. And there's a lot of needs, and there's only a little bit over $1 billion left. I think the NTUA once had a number that was well over $1 billion needs. That's just for infrastructure. But we did incorporate some of those items that Delegate Freeland mentioned. He did a good job in doing an overview proposal. All I want to preface is that, this shouldn't be about being divided. It should really be about unity. There are many of our people out there that are having a hard time, especially in the most rural parts of the Navajo Nation. And I ask us all to come together and address the needs that will have a big impact, not just right now, but also for the future of our Navajo people. As I was meeting some of our relatives there in Albuquerque over the weekend, many have said that they lived off the Navajo Nation many years. They want to come home, but there's no infrastructure, water, electricity, broadband, telecommunication, and many other infrastructure needs. I think this will really, I think we all recognize this will bring our people home. And with bringing our people home, our professionals, that will boost our nation, shot the arm for community and economic development. And I plead with you, my leaders, let's get a package across the finish line that will help our Navajo people. The construction season, we missed one already last year, a lot of work sessions. We had a lot of meetings, and it wasn't about 257 shouldn't have been about Nez Lizer bill. It wasn't. I thought it was a comprehensive bill that we all worked together on based on those work sessions. And we didn't do much with the construction season last year, other than the CARES and the unfunded CARES through ARPA, which I applaud you all. We got that done. Water, electricity lines are being developed, but there's more. We're right now at the beginning of the construction season now, and we need to get this bill across the finish line so we can start these projects. If not, we're going to be delayed, and we're going to only have one construction season left. And I fear that many of those projects won't happen. And I'm not saying this because to put pressure on you. I'm saying that because of their realistic outlook of what's happening in this country. The cost of materials, steel, pipes is going up with the supply chain. You know, all the communities throughout the country who've passed their ARPA bills are constructing right now, and we're falling behind. The cost of these materials are starting to skyrocket.
Okay.
And I'm afraid that if we don't get anything passed this year, that there might be no supply, there might be no pipes, steel and other material to do it. You know, we should have been talking about the IIJA now. We should have been approved the ARPA, and now everybody throughout the country is talking about the infrastructure bill funding, roads. We haven't talked about roads. We need to get to that point so we can get some roads constructed for our Navajo people. So infrastructure is a big need. My leaders that are on the call right now, and I appreciate Delegate Freeland and many of the delegates who stood on infrastructure. One of the biggest package that's still in this bill is the infrastructure part. We had to reduce some of those because we have a big shortfall in the hardship funding. That $557 million only funded around 340 to 350,000 Navajos. The last count we had from Dr. Fowler is 405,000 enrolled members. So we're short. And I'm not saying we ran out of money, 557, don't get me wrong. The checks are still getting issued. But at some point, we're going to be in the deficit. And over 60,000 Navajos will not get a check unless we pass this bill or get some funding to supplement that shortfall. And as was mentioned, money will go to the chapters for job creation, economic development. Lastly, Westwater project is in there. The Rama project is in there. Former Benefreeze is in there, and many others that was discussed during the legislation debate for 0257-20. So this morning we had our weekly prayer and devotional. Many of our Navajo people are praying for us. They're praying that we get our nation up to par with the rest of the country. But I know this pot of money is not going to do that as much, but at least it'll be a big improvement for our nation that we can build upon for our Navajo people. So I bring those thoughts to you. The Navajo people are praying for us for success. Let's come together in unity. Let's go into the rest of the year and start construction. All these projects in 0086-22 are all vetted. If there are any new projects, it's going to set us back months. We're ready to go. The infrastructure team is ready to move forward. And I plead with you, Shananta. And I'll turn the time back over to you. Delegate Freeland, Paulson Chaco is there. He's ready to do an introduction as well. God bless you all. Thank you for the opportunity to say a few words. Naabik'íyáti Committee, Speaker Damon.
Hakushina,
Honorable Freeland, does that conclude your presentation? Go ahead.
thank you, Speaker Damon, President Nez. Next, I would like to call on Chief of Staff Chaco, maybe to introduce the agents and maybe have some discussion as well. Chief of Staff.
Thank you, Shannon. Honorable Delegate Freeland, and also Mr. Speaker and the honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. appreciate the opportunity to present legislation 086-22. As indicated, not to reiterate what the president and also Honorable Delegate Freeland went with the legislation, I will go ahead and introduce some of the team members that are on the call. I do have all of the division directors that are on the call that may speak specifically to the specific items that are on the legislation. We also have team members from NTUA, team members from Navajo Engineering Construction Authority, and team members from Indian Health Service that are on the call with regards to any of these questions that may, specific questions that may arise during the discussion today, this morning. I might add a little bit to President and also to Mr. Delegate Freeland, that this legislation basically is a combination of and work from previous work sessions that we've had, not only with the legislative branch, but also with all of the other members with the enterprises. This legislation includes budgets or funding for the chapters. It includes critical COVID-19 services. And again, to reemphasize, this also includes hardship assistance for the program. And the one area that I'd like to impress upon the council is not only have these projects gone through the review process of DOJ, it also went through the project planning process, which is separate from what DOJ has done. The project planning process consists of building a roadmap for each one of these projects. Building a roadmap consists of making sure you have a list of deliverables, what you can do within the short amount of time, what projects are actually feasible to construct. You have to identify all the risks that are contained in each one of these projects. You have to create budgets, which this legislation does. It creates a budget for us. And we have to add milestones, meaning we have to have certain projects to be procured, certain projects to move forward. And then finally, we have to do reporting requirements, which is the big component of this legislation. This legislation is dealing with federal money, federal dollars. And when you deal with federal dollars, you're subject to more scrutiny by the federal government. And that's what I believe this team has put together. Again, the other item is the cost of construction has gone up. Diesel prices now this morning is close to $6. You have supply chain issues that are going to be brought up that are going to be impacting these projects. That's the reason why we need to get projects moving and developed. So with that, Mr. Speaker, and also Mr. Freeland, Mr. President, that's a little bit of the introduction, and then I'll give back the floor over back to Delegate Freeland. Thank you.
Madam Freeland, does that conclude your presentation?
Thank you, Speaker Damon, as well as Chief of Staff. Speaker, yeah, that does conclude our presentation at this time.
Send it to who?
The legislation is over 500 pages long, 513 pages, I believe. But Shananta, I just want to reiterate the critical need and the potential that we can give to our people and help enhance change and change lives forever. I always talk to my chapters about 3 critical areas. And the first one is bringing water to the home. The second, electric to the home. The third is building bathrooms. And then the fourth one, Iggy, is housing. And when you see living conditions of our people, you want to do everything you can as a leader to help enhance those lives. And this is our one opportunity at this time, Shanata. Let's really make a difference. Let's put forth our of course our efforts, but let's work. This is our one chance to work together. And we may have differences at times, and we're respectful of that. But let's think of who the beneficiaries of this opportunity are, and that's our Navajo people. And just some thoughts, some last thoughts on that, Shanata, Speaker Damon and colleagues, and I humbly ask for your consideration and potential support of this legislation. Thank you. Edia.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. With that, colleagues, that concludes the presentation from Honorable Freeland on legislation 0086-22. Let me go ahead and go on down to item number B, legislation 0087-22. Madam Chair, Naabik'íyáti. Madam Chair, Naabik'íyáti. Oh. Madam Chair, Naabik'íyáti. Honorable Slater, as a co-sponsor, are you there maybe to present?
prefer if Delegate Crotty presented. She's the one who crafted this legislation. I'm co-sponsoring it.
Okay. This is what we're going to do then. I think she's coming over the mountain still. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to legislation 0086-22. Colleagues, I'm going to go to the floor at this time. Is there any comments or questions at this time for legislation 0086-22?
This is Delegate Yellowhair, Speaker Damon.
Thank you. With that, Honorable Yellowhair, floor is yours.
Aro to the yell, share in the dish, Speaker Hon Hardison, 24 councilman. Aro Shanat, 24 councilman, Shanat Akudo. Legislation 86, Daronit, Ani, Akiba, here, Linson, Kodo, here. Say, yeah, I'd like to say thank you, Tago, here. Honorable Freeland, so thank you very much for bringing this legislation for the people. Yeah, it's just it isn't time, you know. Being here, not hot, I don't know the details, evidence that was made already, but the chapter's official has submitted a proposal with the citizen by Henson, in not a job hard art, being not the hard at all, Nathan, so Christiat in some Henson. I don't know the Kodotos to Mr. Key Albigay. He talks about a cell tower, broadband, should always be I think this legislation 86 is very flexible. Indeed, should that radio, we hope well, that's either the cell tower, okay, between Pinion, only equip well, there's no signal with them. I don't know that it's only to the Chimbangad. I will yet and lay people to be when it's cell tower too. Aero application dot some song Aron the Tadi could federal funded American Rescue Plan APA funds again. These are federal. They're already they're applied to a very restriction. Could I don't could all my understand get the team DOJ. I don't either now that I use no carbon. There's accountability is already in place. A court Chilyat AIC in Jane Karazi be supported Yan Jandor out of the cut or the national acid at deep as candy cut. Not animals, then get a neppa, the chair of the net, the Negraja Dambatin, and Linda, the cut I done, he lago, a lot of me I done. They already using this one to benefit whatever need for the people are the AKB, see, pay to pay that on the Nikita Eddie cut, Korea, it on his in the hot, it all out of corridor, he'll horn, 345,000 Navajos. They're being paid under American Rescue Plan Act, but there's about 412,000 Navajo. Controlling China Anigi stove, Asian stove at Chido in the continent, Picard teacher. Share I said he could over giant snetty 0086-22 legislation passing off at the deal, social insinuation. Aroshin widow, Nanwik or the Nebuchadnezzar in the hot in 1972. National Canada relocated. Close to 14,000 Navajo have been relocated. The NPL Akayata has not. The not at zero has the benefit. Rather than hit out the didn't southern now they taught out a and his children and Mr. Mark Freeland here and Bishop Cheetah. The Nebe in the Hajoharator, Hajo East, Nadi Kadona, Bensikistas, the Quajik was NPL, XPL relocated. Ehotapa hospital so here also should know Anigi but all of a lot of this here been holding only here. Thank you very much, Speaker Damon. Once only here. Thank you very much. You didn't know but I signed here.
Any other comments or questions, colleagues? And with that, Mr. President, I think one of the
Speaker, Delegate Daniel.
Chairman Daniel So, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Delegate McGee, Speaker.
Yeah, love to select here, Seth Damon, Otto Naabik'íyáti committee members. Otto Shache, Honorable Freeland, thank you for bringing this legislation forward. Otto, President Nez, and Chief of Staff, Division Directors, I'm sure you're on the call. And Skado Shaduna, Shaduna, Kodosato, Francisco Gido, the legislation. Sato, Nel. Of course, you see, this idea is looking, yes, we are very knowledgeable of the need for water and electricity and broadband. But the main thing, when it comes down to it, for the 8 chapters that I represent, there is still a portion of this legislation that says TBD, to be determined. And for me, it's hard to adopt legislation where we don't know a dollar value. And that is basically like, I'm not doing my job as a delegate, as a member of the 24th Navajo Nation Council to say, we're going to expend X amount of dollars, but we don't know the dollar amount. We don't know how many homes would be served.
and then also just the fact that there's no assurance that there would be broadband coverage to every chapter and community, most especially in the Eastern Navajo Agency area. Mr. President, one must note the recent voter registration results. Eastern Navajo has the highest number of registered voters. Yet, there's still a disproportionate perceived allocation of these funds. And that really bothers me. The other is we have C-stores almost in every 15 miles away from each other. Starting at Shanto, going down to Cow Springs, going down. And there hasn't been what I would call feasibility study, economic feasibility study to put these stores 15 miles away from each other. It just, history right there tells you that they didn't have enough commerce. That's how come those businesses went. Basically, they left town or left the area. And now we're going to try to rebuild those facilities. But let me tell you, and Honorable Freeland knows exactly. We have a store that got shut down because they were, the owner was accepting federal cards in exchange for cash or whatever. And they got caught at it. And the feds shut down their ability to receive food stamps. And so now within a 25-mile area in each direction of Pueblo Pintado, there's not a C-store. And so there is the possibility of serving 5,000 residents and perhaps more. So for me, that again is very much a concern. And I really feel like the area is neglected. And certainly, Chief of Staff and Honorable Freeland know exactly that. So that's the part that really is of concern. 0257 for the 8 tractors, there was 5.8 million. Now with this 0086, that's 745,000 per chapter. That only amounts to 5,960,000. Whereas under the other bill, the 8 chapters could be looking at 44 million. So you tell me, which one should our chapters be looking at? Because some of these facilities, chapters are wanting or pursuing that were never allowed to get to DOJ for the necessary review our chapters still want to move forward with their requests. So tell me as much as you can about it, but I'm looking at 44 million versus 5.9. Tell me how you're going to change my mind. Tell me how you're going to change the support from the 8 chapters that I represent. Thank you, Speaker. That would be the extent of my statements. Thank you.
With that, moving on down, Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, Shabashbans, and the Finito Yate. I thought people that are on the line, so Yate, hit additionally. Christian, I don't hear us to the delegate Freeland for the legislation. A question, how my son spoke. Get Daniel, so he had share where I think could get this very good thought always have for my community. As a delegate, I think we've been for so many years. In TKs, that there's always been a goal, and these are shared with the people coming onto the Navajo Nation government, an elected official. We're trying to say that decentralize services back to community needs people could have under to accept more funding available. If it has in here, so you always mentioned that. The other niggas, no, you say that. Why are we undermining our own chapters? And why are we their money? This is part of their allocation as of the population. Because this is the need, and the chapters are being created for that purpose. And the whole Navajo Nation for so many years we're going towards local governments. Or there to how we can more authority back to the onto the chapters. So if you look at all the employment, if you look at all the today funding allocated, the more work site is over at Window Rock. And the whole Navajo Nation goal is to provide service, more service and more authority back to the chapters. And the reason why these Title 26 were created, because they're becoming available. We're saying that we don't, there's no confidence. This legislation is saying that we have no confidence in our own chapter government. We're there as a delegate to oversee that. We're there to help them. And all these services that are available at Window Rock, all these professional services, and all these consultant fees, they're available at the Window Rock, but we don't have no professional service or gave to the chapters. When they're creating a budget, that's what a small amount that they provide. So when we're going to start doing this, this legislation, when you read it, that has really no confidence in these chapters, then the DOJ is there. So that's my question here. So I'm going on to another one. Second one is you check into how much or non ARPA funding that became available to the Navajo Nation government. Over $633 million that's been allocated, which is most close to the amount that we got under CARES, $714 million. $633 million, which became available to the programs within the Navajo Nation. And I think you should look into that from the executive side. See where these monies are being appropriated. That will be my request to you to provide that so we could know that. See if there's like a cyber team and public safety and rural addressing, and these funds were given to the departments. You could share it with us. How many savings was done too for the past 2 years? If these offices were closed, we're not looking into that. We're just providing these fundings to them again. So that's the question. Under the third question is right now we see that there's the projects that are listed under the NTA. I think how this is. So the whole NTA is doing the job for us. For example, broadband. If you look at it very closely, we're talking about broadband. All they're doing is improving NHA's home sites. They're putting modem and other activity. They're just improving that. And I can tell you that I addressed this to so many times with NTA. The middle line that they've got on the CARES, just the whole primary installing this fiber onto the primary line. It cut just the middle line. From Priestwood, Interwell, Downtown, they burst to me at the left. So it's not even connected to the homes. So they're owning that now. So next time they can start asking for funding for the last mile. If you really look into that, how the NTA is working, and I ask those questions to them, and that Mr. Rex Coates responded back, it's a Navajo Nation property. We're installing that, so at least this is a funding that we're giving to travel enterprise programs. You guys are the owners. No, of course, they were using these fundings for that. They're just using ARPA funding to increase and to make more of the ownership of these infrastructures. Myself, that's really why I think my son needs the so it's only giving $1 billion to the chapters. Does this work? All these years we're saying that we're going to improve the local government. And how does it connect to the whole overall the planning for improving and getting away from Wunderrock and give more authority back to the chapters now. They have all these attorneys. And my third question goes to right now. So how much funding has already been used, appropriated for $25 million that appropriated for DOJ? Last time I asked a question, they haven't hired that many attorneys yet. I don't know how many under the controller they have 17 million too. You see how much is being used already for to help to get help with the dispersing checks and financing. I don't know that division of community development. How many project managers are being hired right now to help us right now? We can start expediting these fundings. No, they've already been reviewed by DOJ. That no, is a project manager on the line? Which one is people are ready for it? So that will be my question too. Third question, though. So that's my extent of my question, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elmer Brigade. With that, Honorable Freeland, I do have, we did hear from Honorable Yellow Hair, then Chairman Daniel So, and now Honorable Freeland, Honorable Elmer Brigade. I don't know, I'll go back to you and your sponsor or your agents if there's any further response to members of the Naabik'íyáti committee, and then I'll come back to the floor, and then I do have next in the queue Honorable Wilson Stewart. So Honorable Freeland, the floor is yours at this time.
I'm sorry, I was talking away and I was on mute. Hagashina Ahiala Shnata, Speaker Chairman Damien Otto Shnata, Naabik'íyáti members North Lenigi, Otto Shinado Shichedo Shinaya. Thank you for your comments and your questions related to the legislation as at hand. Otto, I'm going to go ahead and give some time to our agents, my agents. The first one, Iggy, is Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, related to, well, his more were comments and the chapter proposals and the flexibility. I can have Division Community Development talk to that. Honorable Che, Honorable Daniel So, related to the to be determined comment, as well as broadband, the C-store. So I'm going to have Division Community Development and Division Economic Development also speak to that. And then Honorable Elmer Brigade Shana, the projects listed under NTUA and how is NTUA working, and then the project managers, the question related to the project managers. I'll go ahead and have the executive technical team answer that. I believe it's Division Community Development as well. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it on over to Mr. Chaco. Do you want to say something first? Or are you okay?
Thank you, Honorable Delegate Freeland. Pretty much, I think you've identified some of the questions that were raised. Some of them were just basically remarks, but I do have, again, the whole team members on the call, so I'll refer back to the team members. Thank you, Delegate Freeland.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chaco. Division directors, if you can go ahead and proceed. I'll go ahead and start with Division Community Development. I don't know if Dr. Yellowman's on the line. If you want to respond to the three colleagues, and then Division Economic Development after that. And then I don't know if Mr. Charlie's on the line, but he can probably speak to the broadband coverage as well. Dr. Yellowman?
Yate, Speaker Damon, can you hear me?
Good morning, Dr. Ullman. We can hear you.
Okay. Yate, Donna, yeah, Speaker Damon and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Delegate Freeland for the presentation of the legislation, and to President Nez, who was on the call earlier, Chief of Staff, and my colleagues on the call. Yate, Nana. I'll touch on Delegate Jimmy Yellahair's question, Delegate Elmer Begay, and Delegate Daniel concerns, and then I'll be available throughout the morning for other questions. Delegate Elmer Begay, the Division of Community Development, we did request and submit for a portion of the indirect costs, which was mentioned earlier this morning. There was some funds that were being proposed to be returned to help cover the cost of the hardship, additional members and additional enrollments. But Division of Community Development, we are still proceeding with the amount of funds that we originally requested for. And the funds that we requested for will help do two things. One is we did schedule and have been working with DPM on establishing 56 positions. I have been announcing and sharing those positions at the agency calls, the 5 agency calls, and asking for chapters to assist us in providing a space for those potential positions. Not there with the 56 positions, these positions include planners and estimators, account maintenance, assistants out in the field, assessors. So those positions we feel belong at the chapter level. And we've been working with DPM to help expedite and announce these positions. We've been asking for the assistance of chapters to help possibly provide a space for chapters that could share these potential positions. We anticipate the hiring time for these positions, and then also the time needed to train these individuals. I think it's important that we utilize our current project managers to help provide some training and insight to these ARPA funds or ARPA projects. The other is we've been asking DOJ for assistance in assisting the DCD with some projects that were impacted due to COVID. From March 13th to now, we've had projects that were impacted due to the government shutdowns. There was a period of time where the state of New Mexico experienced major shutdowns. A lot of the vendors and a lot of the state capital, our source to New Mexico, had experienced difficulties in opening as well. We had some major setbacks as well for the state of Arizona, but a lot of our projects were impacted. Additional, a lot of the smaller companies, the smaller vendors who have local contracting ability on the nation. Some of these were family owned who, for example, would pour concrete. Some of them had difficulties with their business surviving COVID or making it through COVID. And so now we have to look at where we can find Navajo businesses to help with some of these projects. And so those are some of the challenges. So one is we are advertising and searching, looking for to fulfill those 56 positions. The other is asking DOJ for their assistance in helping us. I guess it is really backlog. We became backlogged on the 2 years of mitigating COVID. So we're asking DOJ for their assistance in helping us address these backlog of projects. We did receive support from the council on these projects on extensions, but that time is already coming up as well. So also want to extend my appreciation to our staff who have been working during COVID. We're one of the few divisions that tried our best to remain open, mitigating COVID and then tending to our daily operations. Secretary Delegate Almer Begay, that's one. The other is Delegate Daniel. So we are familiar with the store closure. We've been working DCD. We've been working with local chapters in that area, and with the state of New Mexico. There's certain branches and departments with the state of New Mexico where we've been distributing food out in that community. And we've been working and acknowledging the needs of the community there. We have demonstrated our support to all 110 chapters and feel that this legislation still acknowledges the autonomy and the local empowerment and local governance for these chapters to address their need for projects. It also includes the need for larger projects and regional projects. The chapters did submit project listings based on need to DCD, and both legislative and executive branches have also explored or compiled a large number of projects. Almost a year ago, both branches compiled close to 10,000 projects and a need or estimated need of a little over 20 billion. Clearly we will not be able to get to all of those projects with this legislation or with the amount of ARPA funds that have come to the nation, but the projects that were submitted by the chapters to DCD and forthcoming have been needs-based. So the projects that will be eligible or at the responsibility and at the decision of the local leader is based on their community need. And we seen that already from working with all 110 chapters and with the agency council leaders that we've worked with. A lot of the chapters, all the chapters know their community. They know which homes are in need, which elders are in need. And so we've encouraged and have been building that trust. Auto Shinata, Delegate Jimmy Yoa here, we appreciate your comments. And we do know that we do need to move forward. We need to move forward, and we are jeopardizing these projects. And if you go back to 2 years ago when we were constructing with the CARES Act funds, at the peak of our construction timelines, we were moving at about 12 to 14 bathroom additions a week. And if you think about how much construction was going on within that short period of time, at the peak of that time, we're jeopardizing how much people we could be serving today and tomorrow by these discussions. We are now going over a year in discussing ARPA, so we do lean on our leaders right now to make these compromises, I guess, and help us move forward. So, Chief Delegate Freeland, thank you.
Thank you. With that, Honorable Freeland, does that conclude your response at this time?
I have, thank you, Speaker. We have a couple more. I don't know if Mr. JT Willie would like to respond as well.
Yeah, tonight, Honorable Freeland, Otto, Chairman, Speaker Damon, and members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee. Good morning to you all. In response regarding the economic development portion that Chairman So has reflected on, the Division of Economic Development, first and foremost, is thankful to the opportunity to submit recommendations to the current discussion for the current legislation that we are speaking to. Previously, we did see that the allocations were divided up between community needs, which is a priority for the Navajo Nation. There is also a need for economic development and also bringing projects to regional areas outside of the main growth zones throughout Navajo Nation. Therefore, we have provided the recommended list of projects which look to support economic opportunity that we have been in dialogue with over the past few years. I also would like to acknowledge that we have other projects that we are working on related to the division's plan out for 5-year planning. We have been putting recommendations together to finalize what those would look like for opportunities outside of the ARPA. So therefore, we do have allocations set up, which do highlight some of the opportunities located within the Pueblo Pintado region, as well as Eastern Navajo, to speak to some. We did provide some dialogue over the past few years through Shitsui's Dr. Yellowman's portal that was set up through DCD, had some dialogue with local leaders on development of projects. Our Eastern Regional Office has been very instrumental in collecting data for the specific region, speaking to Eastern currently. And we did take into some reviews, some projects. Unfortunately, those were not eligible for us to finalize through ARPA guidelines. And we also don't want those conversations to end at that point. In those conversations, we did mention that there are other fund sources that we are looking to advance some of the support for these projects. One example is the Small Credit Business Initiative, which will assist with specific projects for economic opportunity for small businesses. That's been a lacked resource that the small business private entrepreneurship community has not been able to have here on the Navajo Nation due to legal definitions that speak to land usage as well as type of lands to develop on for economic development on a tribal nation. So therefore, really looking to the SSBCI to meet the needs of those shortfalls for those projects. The other one is the 5-year plan that I spoke to earlier. There is recommendations to amend that plan that will assist for further development of some of these projects. On the current ARPA listing, we provided the listed projects which have the NSBCI, as Shania Honorable Freeland highlighted briefly at the introductory. These projects have also been vetted through numerous dialogues, as well as also opportunities to meet within the near future. Because of the longevity of these build outs, we're looking at timelines now. And so therefore, if we continue to kind of hold off on investment from ARPA, we may end up modifying a list again to meet some of the deadlines that we're going to be facing because of the shortfall of materials, equipment, and most importantly, labor for some of these projects. But we do also have some backup projects ready to go if it comes to that point. Because right now, the most immediate need that we can look to do for economic development will be prepping a lot of the sites for development. the current location that was highlighted earlier by Chairman So, we did have some dialogue with the outgoing vendor and also looking to bring a vendor in place to assist to lease to. However, because of some issues that the vendor is facing, we're not able to advance to meet some timelines due to client privilege confidentiality. I can't reveal those at this time, but I can provide a summary of what's facing the business site lease there because we needed to meet those internal needs before we can start moving some work there at the location. We were very fortunate to have the leasee be interested in taking over the lease, but because of some of the issues that the business owner is facing, we cannot move further at this time. But we are looking to satisfy those issues, and we will continue to support the small business owner moving them through the system. But there are other highlights that we have been working on for these regions, and our Eastern office will continue the dialogue here for Eastern Navajo as we move forward. I'll also provide some written details to my response today. Honorable Shania, Chairman, Honorable Freeland.
Speaker.
Yeah. Wait, Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Willie, thank you very much for that response as well. And one more final response before I turn it back over, Shnata, Chairman. I want to call upon Mr. Tico Charlie, if I can. Thank you.
Mr. Charlie. Mr. Tico Charlie, on the line.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Let me go ahead and call upon Mr. Tom Platero then from the FRF office.
For that, Mr. Platero.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, my name is Tom Platero with the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Office. On the question regarding broadband, we've been coordinating with two new team members, Mr. Tico Charlie with the Telecommunications Regulatory Office, and Sonia Nez, who was hired as the broadband department manager. We have been going back through the historical data on broadband, and we are happy with the questions that Delegate Key Allen Begay sent, and our team, Ms. Nez and Mr. Charlie, are ready to make a presentation. However, there are certain elements of it that we're going to need to conduct in executive session because there will be some competitive advertisements later that really shouldn't be ready for public consumption yet. So there is a presentation that the team has been working on to get that. Also, based on the discussions from 257-22, the broadband initiative is now going to be handled by the broadband office in collaboration with Mr. Charlie's shop. So whenever you guys want to go on ahead and go through that presentation, we will have our team on. The one thing that you should know is that we have scheduled a meeting on Wednesday to hear from all of the stakeholders that have expressed an interest in working with the Navajo Nation on the broadband, which includes we did schedule that meeting for Wednesday this week, and that involves the Ned College, Navajo Technical University, the cyber team, the Alliance for Broadband, I'm not sure what their full name is, and also the cyber team that has been in place. So we want to make sure that we take everybody's input into consideration as we move through this process of setting up the broadband for the Navajo Nation. We also did include in this request match money. And so we are hopeful to get other funding for the broadband initiative. Mr. Charlie has a extensive database of tower sites and all that information, which I believe he wants to share in executive session as this may impact future bids for proposals. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That, Honorable Freeland, does that conclude your present response?
Mr. Speaker, yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That, let me go ahead and continue on down. I do have Honorable Stewart and then Honorable Slater in the queue at this time. Honorable Stewart, good morning. Hey, what's yours?
Oh, good morning, Speaker, Chairman, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti, Delegate Freeland for the legislation, as a co-sponsor and just support of the legislation, and listening to some of the comments made, questions asked, this legislation, it has gone before through several chapters for review, the chapter leadership across the 110 chapters. And they also, were wanting to do more projects, but there is the projects in here for the chapters, the funding that's allocated to them. We have to make sure that all those projects are going to be shovel ready, that they're going to be ready to go. Could you get it's more workable in the Highland to get those funds out there and get these projects done, because when you look at all this funding from the 23rd council that they received, that 1 million per chapter, that chapters are and to spend those funds. Spend it. And so thinking about that and what we came into as 24th Navajo Nation Council with the cap 38s and all the changes that we wanted to do for the chapters to assist the chapter leadership at the time do and this way you still have the projects that are still going to be done and the projects that are still going to be addressed through the chapter with the funding, and then as well they'll get the funding that they can seek out too from other entities. That would help them as well. So I don't do that thought on the other areas. The tourism. So there is no economic study on the nation, but just in looking at another survey not too long ago, that we probably lost over $100 million in tourism the past 2 years. And there are communities out there are wanting some type of economic growth and development out there in their communities. And we have to look at this funding to be a startup for those small businesses. Like I have stated before, even in the previous legislation that failed, I stated that I'm standing up for those small business owners, those ones that want to start their electrical company, those ones that want to start their plumbing company, their carpentry company. those farriers out there that are doing this work too, that were out there tending to our horses, keeping them maintained as well. And to this day, they're still doing that. And the horse trainers out there, we're talking about feral horses. We're talking about individuals training these horses to sell. That's what some of them are doing. And our ranchers as well, and how they would use those funds to help them and get their businesses going. Because right now we're giving too much money to the big businesses, N2A and NECA and the big companies like that have the insurance, that have the bonding. That's the requirement. And that's why I'm pushing for CDFI to get the funding so that CDFI can assist them in that startup part of it. So that when we do these funds with CDFI, CDFI will then work with them on their application process. That would then be funding to them to get get these small businesses up and going. And that's why I like this legislation. There's more flexibility with it, to work with it and to implement various ideas that the communities want, the community members want, and the community chapters want. Again, it's going back down to the chapters for their communities, not for chapter projects, for the community projects. The bathroom additions are additionally needed. The housing renovations are additionally needed out there, that the small construction man or lady in that community can help assist with their little company to make those projects a reality for the community members. That's what I'm looking at. So that's just my support to this legislation. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Stewart. With that, let me move on down. Honorable Slater.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you, Delegate Freeland, for presenting this legislation. There's been a lot of talk about compromise in the presentation from yourself and the President, and I would ask, where's the compromise? What can we point to within here that reflects what 15 delegates voted for on, well, now I forgot the date, but when we consider 25721 at council and then considered at Nabi? How are those actually being incorporated into this proposal, aside from the 748,000 per chapter, which, again, in an email I sent, it's what, near percentage points of what was actually proposed in 257. Additionally, these quote unquote economic development projects are included, and they were pretty resoundingly, I'm going to say defeated, but they weren't supported by the council in the last consideration of an ARPA legislation, yet they found their way in here. So I really have to ask, where is the compromise in this legislation? It just seems to be doubling down and going beyond what was envisioned in the original 257, and we're dressing it up with marketing terms and just saying things, but not actually substantively, I think, changing it, with the exception might be with broadband instead. And I need to go in and review, and I'm still reviewing this massive bill, how that program will be delivered. So that's the first question. Second is, can we get explanation on how broadband will be administered? Is it going to be directly to projects? Is it going to be a grant-based program? And who will administer that program? So please go into detail on that. Additionally, well, I'll start with those two questions. I think that's what I really would like to hear right off the bat. And Speaker, if there's an opportunity at the end of the presentation of the legislations for the Navajo Nation Broadband Initiative or Coalition to provide an update, I think we have Ms. Joy Thompson on the line, and she can provide some thoughts and concepts on how we can move broadband forward as a nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Slater.
Speaker?
Yes.
Can I ask one more question?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the executive branch what the status of the one-stop shop is that was authorized in CJY 6721. And for all the talk of trying to get things moving, to this date, I'm still unaware that the one-stop shop has actually been stood up and that anything has been done internally to expedite right-of-way approvals. And I think it's unfair to try and hold this over the council's head when there were specific authorizations made to make the construction compliance right-of-way process more streamlined. And in addition to that, what is the status of the broadband office that was envisioned in that legislation as well? Because a lot of council would feel much more comfortable with them overseeing, and I say them, not knowing if there is a broadband office stood up yet, almost a year later, overseeing the funding and making decisions on the behalf of the nation and not necessarily individual telecom providers. So thank you.
Thank you very much for those questions, Honorable Slater. Before I go back to the floor, are there any other further comments or questions at this time, colleagues, on legislations, the presentation that's been given by Honorable Freeland on 0086-22? Now let me go back to Honorable Freeland. Honorable Freeland, floor is yours.
Hakushi, Ahila, Shanta, Mr. Speaker, Ado, colleagues, Naabik'íyáti committee, Nosengi, Ado Shitsile, Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Thank you very much, Shitsile. In knowing that, you know, the comment that you made related to chapter reviews, you are right in sharing this with my chapters and still reporting it at the local level. There is an abundance of support and you know, for my area as well. What you spoke of is related to the funding from the 23rd and the challenges that we still face, tourism, and then the small business owners as far as CDFI. So I'll have Mr. Let me see, let me start with that one first, and then should Honorable Slater, related to the compromise, when or where, point to those examples. You mentioned the 745K. Where's the compromise? Explanation as to how broadband will be administered, and then the executive branch related to the one-stop shop and broadband office. I'm going to start with Mr. JT Willie, related to Honorable Stewart's comments, and then I don't know, Mr. Chaco, if you want to take on the question as far as a compromise related to my Jeja's compromise concerns. Where's the compromise? And then Mr. Willie related to the economic development projects. And then I don't know if Mr. Charlie's on there, but maybe Mr. Platero can talk to explanation for the broadband office, as well as the one-stop shop concept. Thank you. Mr. Willie, we'll start with you.
Oh, yeah, Shania, Honorable Freeland, Otto, Shania, Honorable Stewart, thank you for the question regarding CDFI and the supports for small businesses. I'm appreciative that you have highlighted and reflected the issues that our small business, private sector entrepreneurs face here on the Navajo Nation, even those located off of the Navajo Nation. Back in 2020, fall 2020, the Division of Economic Development administered a program, grant assistance program, which provided financial need for shortfalls because of closures around the Navajo Nation, as well as areas located off of the reservation. And through that program, we were able to establish a database of about 7,000 individuals that have a home-based business, whether it's private contractors, construction contractors, or even those in special services such as farriers, Native Navajo artists. And so therefore, from that program, we continue to dialogue through various tribal consultations, through state representatives, as well as also even the counties and what unique situations our economic development sector faces here on the Navajo Nation. And so the collaborative effort that we will be moving forward with includes the Division of Economic Development, Change Labs located out of Western Navajo, and of course, our Navajo CDFI and the Net Chamber. And we've had numerous dialogue with the three entities to administer a program called the State Small Business Credit Initiative. This was originally initiated under President Obama and will be coming back again under the ARPA through support for such things as bonding capacity, as well as also small loan funds, as well as large capacity lending. And because the three entities are well versed in our private sector, we have established them as partners to work with us. So I do have a designated individual in place, Mr. Douglas Capitan, who has started creating the program with the efforts of the three entities. Because the three entities are going to need the funding capacity to manage this program, we've added that to the expenditure for $5 million in support to provide this for the lending, the opportunity to manage the programs at the three levels. So therefore, we are estimated to receive an amount about 89 million, but because of various consultations taking place at the federal level, that amount has been changing. We have been meeting all the deadlines since the SSBCI became identified. We filed our notice of intent last fall, and the deadlines keep getting pushed back from the US Treasury because I believe because of the need for states to apply for this program. Was originally only intended for the states, but because of the ARPA process and development of this new bill, they've included tribal nations. So therefore, Navajo Nation was at the forefront of applying to be part of the program. And because of the data that we've had and collected over the pandemic series, we provided that information to the Treasury. And so our estimated amount at the time was at 89 million. But I do believe that amount has been changing because of different factors taking place at the federal level, reallocation of fundings and what have you. As of to date, that deadline has been pushed back again. So we are expected to meet that deadline in time for a possible passing of the current legislation for that 5 million to help each one of these three entities assist in that program management. Of course, that program management for the SSBCI will provide technical support for loan guarantee programs, loan participation programs, venture capital funding through the three entities that we have established. That concludes my statement regarding the CDFI as well as the NSBCI that's listed on the legislation before honorable members. Honorable Freeland.
Thank you. Mr. Willie, JT Willie, for that response. Mr. Chaco, could you respond to the compromise?
Thank you, Honorable Delegate Freeland, and also Speaker Damon, and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. With respect to the question, as indicated by President earlier this morning, the chapters have a role in the legislation. In this case, 025721 at the time had chapter allocation, and we have always expressed our concern and need of the chapters, even with 025721. In addition, this new legislation also takes into consideration the chapter needs, and in this new 2 legislation. So the only compromise, the compromise that you're referring to, Delegate Slater, is the amount of money that's allocated for the chapters. In our case, we included $745,000 per chapter, and that's a compromise that we feel is adequate for the chapter allocation based on all of the funds that you have in every one of these categories: critical COVID-19 services, hardship, basic infrastructure. All of that has an impact on the chapter, and every chapter will have received to some extent all of the dollars that that is allocated for each one of these categories. So with that, I believe we've President indicated that this is our compromise in this bill. Thank you, Mr. Freeland, and Council Delegate Freeland, and also Speaker Damon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paulson Chaco, for that update. So with that, let me go ahead and go back to Honorable Freeland. Honorable Freeland, does that conclude your response at this time?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Chairman. Going back down to my Yaja's concerns related to the broadband, and then the one-stop shop. I'm going to ask Mr. Tom Platero to speak to the broadband, and then the one-stop shop. We're still in process of that, but I'm going to ask Ms. Belinda Shirley, if she can, to speak to that as well, and where things stand with the one-stop shop. Thank you. Mr. Tom Platero.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, on the broadband office, that was funded through the administrative regulatory support budget in the amount of $2,725,789. That budget has been set up. That budget is K211501. So that is funded through December 31st, 2026. After the budget was set up, there are 4 positions that are in there. There's a department manager, a principal planner, a programs and project specialist, and an admin assistant. This position was advertised. We had an individual that applied from the University of New Mexico out of Albuquerque. The individual wanted above entry rate of pay. We went through the whole process with Department of Personnel Management to secure the rate of pay. And the week before she was supposed to begin, the individual changed their mind. They had a situation where they had to stay home to provide childcare, and their current position allowed for them to work from home. And because this position was going to create a new program, they wouldn't be able to do the remote work because there is supervision involved. So they then declined the position. So after going through that whole process, we weren't able to hire anyone. And then thereafter, we did meet with an individual from Department of Information Technology, Ms. Sonia Nez, who accepted the position. We went through the hiring process, went through the background check process, and Ms. Nez began her employment on April 11, 2022. However, she did begin her duties before she was hired into this position underneath the ARPA funding. We coordinated with Department of Information Technologies DIT director to allow her to begin her work as soon as she was selected for the position. Background checks take a while, and so there is a delay in hiring individuals. Ms. Nez did get some referrals for the other positions. When I look at the JVA listing right now, the principal planner is being advertised. I'm not sure on the other two positions, but the hiring decision is all Ms. Nez's. So this position is now hired. When she began her work, she did attend meetings with other stakeholders, with the state of Arizona, with the state of the counties that are in Arizona, and she went to a meeting up in Utah, and all of that was paid through general services. She did also begin outreach to the federal broadband programs, so she has made the connection with all of those, and I sat in on some of those meetings, and they're all providing technical assistance guidance to the Navajo Nation, and so she's doing a very good job already. So that's the state of the broadband office. So we do have a manager, and we are in the process of trying to hire for the 3 additional positions. We did identify an issue with the background checks. So we have, through the FRF office, we are working with the Division of Public Safety Information Management System, Mr. Bowman's shop, to provide resources for them to hire somebody to help process background checks for positions that are funded through the ARPA Regulatory Administrative Support funded programs. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, we go back to Honorable Freeland. Any other further response?
Speaker, thank you, Mr. Platero as well. Naabik'íyáti committee members. In relation to my judge's comments related to the one-stop shop and possibly the broadband office, I'm going to have Ms. Belinda Shirley speak to that. And I don't know if Mr. Platero mentioned anything about the broadband office, but the one-stop shop, Ms. Shirley?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go right ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate Freeland, Speaker, thank you, and then honorable members of Naabik'íyáti. In response to Shanatani Slater, the one-stop shop initiative is currently being practiced. So we have 7 regulatory departments of the Navajo Nation meeting, and we do have meetings at least every other week, and this is including the General Land Development Department, Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency, Department of Fish and Wildlife, Navajo Land Department, Navajo Nation Historic and Heritage and Historic Preservation Department, Navajo Nation Minerals Department, Navajo Forestry Department. We are currently meeting, and there have been a lot of administrative changes that have happened within each of our departments. One of the things that I wanted to mention, for instance, is that to initiate the one-stop shop and to expedite the review of the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund projects, we have, for instance, an escalating rule. The escalating rule applies to the electronic review of the 164 projects that come through the 164 project review. We have all committed ourselves, each department has committed ourselves to review these projects within a 10-day window. So that's certainly one thing to note, is that we are pledging, each department is pledging to have these reviews done in a 10-day period. So that might help alleviate some of the worry about our slow processes. And then the other thing to note is that the one-stop shop, we are certainly committed to providing early legal compliance consultation. So that's something that we are working with the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund office on. And then one of the things that we are working on the legislative side is we are looking to draft legislation that is currently being drafted. The legislation that would be drafted in support of the one-stop shop plan of operation, for instance, would be there are quite a few recommendations that were proposed with our oversight committee work sessions. And let me just name off a few of these things here. One of the things that we had requested for legislation on is legislation to approve the delegation of authority to the Navajo Land Department Manager 3, specific to Navajo Nation Code Section 500C. And that is for the approval of right-of-ways for non-Navajo entities, for Navajo, for roads, water lines, gas lines, transmission lines, etc. And then one of the other legislations to note is legislation for right-of-way to approve a waiver, for instance, waiver validation pursuant to Title 25 CFR 169. 110. And then the other thing to note is two of the other recommendations was legislation to amend approval of mission site permits for approval to be delegated to the director of the Navajo Land Department, and then legislation to approve the broadband telecommunications regulations. So those are some of the things that are currently being drafted on the legislative side. And happy to provide a update via memo to Honorable Slater as well too. So thank you, Delegate Freeland, Speaker, and others. A cat.
All these different computers. Thank you for that, Shirley. Honorable Freeland, does that conclude your response at this time?
Yes, Speaker.
All right. Well, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Colleagues, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, we are currently on legislation 0086-22. This legislation has been presented by Honorable Freeland, and he does have agents on the line with him at this time that have had questions asked of them too as well. And colleagues, we do have another presentation too as well that will be done by Madam Chair Amber Crotty, which is going to be on legislation 0087-22. With that, though, going back to our current legislation that Honorable Freeland has presented, are there any other comments or questions at this time? Because I don't have anybody in the queue or no one's texted in.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newman.
Oh, good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning, Speaker.
Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. I apologize. I did get on a few minutes late this morning. But my question is very simple. As we know from 2020, 2021, and then also leading into this year, many of our chapters have been closed. There are some chapters that were allowing teleconference, but there were so many complaints from people that if you disagreed with the chapter officials, you were hung up on. I know that in the times that I participated in my chapter, in one call, in one chapter meeting alone, I apparently lost connection 12 times. I don't believe that to be the case, but myself and other people who disagreed with the chapter officials, we were the only ones who kept losing connection. And so the second chapter meeting I attended in person, and I was on the teleconference call when I lost call 9 times while I was sitting in the same area as the chapter officials, and I kept getting muted while I was speaking. So I know that there was a lot of internal, control that was going on there, and this was reported to DCD, and nothing was ever done about it. So it makes me wonder, and this is the question that I'm going to be asking, and it's a very simple question, and I think that this question has been asked time and time again, and I'm preparing an email with this particular question. But obviously, the statement has been made time and time again through the several work sessions that have been done, and then the comments again today, that this is what the people want, or this is what has been happening in the community. As I said at the very beginning, we all know that the chapters were closed. I think every delegate voted to close the chapters and then to give them an extension to keep the chapters closed, and so our chapters continue to be closed. But my question is, with the closure of the chapters, how was the Nez Leiser administration able to obtain data to put together these FRF applications? I know that we did ask veterans, and Veterans Office said, we had 1,400 applications that we've been sifting through. The last update that we got from veterans is that they have not been updated, and that many of our veterans have been reaching out saying that, they submitted housing applications, but we've been told that the housing application period has stopped, so they're not collecting any more applications. So I want to know, how is the Nez Leiser administration collecting data to be able to justify the funding that they're asking for? And I know that NTUA, and I encouraged people to go to NTUA to fill out applications if they needed help with water, electricity, prior to us getting the ARPA money. So I know that NTUA does have their data in terms of electricity and water. But for, chapter or for housing, building housing for burnout, for renovation, all of the information that chapters should be receiving, where are you getting that data? That's what I want to know. And again, when people get turned down at the chapter house, when they're told that there's no more funding, they don't get a denial letter. So it's not like they can actually come in and say, here is my denial letter saying that there's no funding. They're told at the window that there's no funding, and then in most cases, the door or the window is shut on them. So I did send an email to Dr. Yellowman asking that question, specifically, what she had stated, and that was that chapters, I say to Dr. Yellowman, you made a statement that all chapters know the needs of their community. Can you please send me that data that Shiprock chapter has collected regarding the needs of the Shiprock community? I asked because NTUA has tried to get names of those families that need help with water and electric connections to no avail. CPMD continues to report that Sihisson is halted because Shiprock chapter is not responding to their request. I have asked how many families are in need of housing and how housing renovation, but that information has not been shared with me. You are aware of all of this and have not offered any assistance. Perhaps you can share with council how DCD gathers information on how chapters obtain information about their community. Specifically, can you explain to me whether this data was used to put together your FRF application? Again, I asked that question because there has been so many requests from delegates asking, can you share that data with us? And to date, that data hasn't been shared with us. So I think it's a very simple question, and it's a simple request. And what we keep being told is, yeah, we'll send it to you. And that hasn't happened, for, I don't know, 6-7 months now. So I don't know how much longer we have to wait. And I've been sifting through the massive bill as well, or the legislation, tabbing some of the questions I have. And what I've learned, and maybe I'm wrong on this, but it seems like the information is basically a reiteration of 257-21, and it's just like different words to kind of spice up the application. And I think that what Delegate Slater asked, in terms of where is the compromise, that was one of my questions as well, is how is this legislation different from 257-21? Because it looks like it's the exact legislation, just with different words, I guess, used in the legislation. I know that the FRF applications, it does include a little bit more, a little bit more information than what was originally included in there. But what we don't see in here is how the data was collected. And again, because the chapter houses were closed, because the people were not allowed to gather, how can the Nez Lizer administration say that this is what the people want? And Delegate Freeland, you've also stated that on the record as well as your co-sponsors. You have stated that this is what the people want. I'm just a little bit curious how you were able to gather your communities together and go through this massive legislation explaining to them what it's going to do for their community, and then to be able to take a vote at a chapter meeting that is open, because I don't think any chapter is open 100%, and maybe I'm wrong on that. So I'm just really concerned, and to me, it just seems like it's the chapter officials who are saying that this is what they want, not the people. So let's make that clear, because we're still not 100% open. And that's what really bothers me about this entire legislation is that, we continue to say that the people have been consulted when in reality, that is a lie. That is a lie that has been stated on this legislation. And on this legislation itself, it does continue to state that the people have been consulted. And it's really just a shame that, such words could be used to tell the people like, oh yeah, this is what the people want. When I know that when I conducted my Shippaq community update meeting, they're still not aware of what the chapter house submitted with projects. I did present that to them and they were, kind of shocked at, seeing that list. And they asked, who submitted that list? Who did the chapter officials consult? Because they never had a chapter meeting talking about these projects. Even with the state listing projects, the 10 projects that were submitted to the governor's office, 5 projects were school projects where our chapter secretary treasurer is the principal of that school, and 5 of those schools projects have been listed. And so to me, it just seems like, it's really unfair and it really is a blatant lie to say that the Navajo people were consulted when that is not the case. And then there's still questions. There was so much shock that we are still discussing today over $1 billion that continues to sit there. A lot of our Navajo people, our Navajo elders, really thought that money was all gone. And so, we keep talking about, these infrastructure projects. We keep talking about, how, everything is the price of everything is starting to go back up. It just seems, that we do need to open up our chapters 100%. And I just did drop legislation on that. I haven't got a follow up on that yet. It'll probably take months, the way that the politics work there in Speaker's office. But I can say that I did drop legislation to open up our chapters 100% because it is time we start listening to the people. And I think it's time that we really start meeting with the people, not our chapter officials, the people, and ask them what they want. Ask them, how this funding should be spent. And most importantly, and this is the most important part of this, is we need to educate them on this funding, what the guidelines are, and how this money can be spent. That hasn't happened yet. So that's why I say, it's really hard to read through this 0086-21. And quite honestly, I'm on the very Appendix A is where I'm at right now. And that is the budget report for the emergency communication updates for COVID response. That's as far as I've gotten since I've gotten this legislation. I wish I could just spend one whole day reading this legislation, but as we all know, that's, it is a little bit difficult to do that and also try to address the issues that are happening in our community. But I do have that one simple question, and please share that data with us. And I know that the last time, the cop-out was, well, it's included in the application. It wasn't included in the application. I think that was just a cop-out, to say that, well, we don't have the data and we can't prove it. But read through the legislation again, maybe it's in there. So again, I'm reading through it now. Specifically, I have my tabs going. I've also highlighted portions. I'm preparing my questions right now for Naabik'íyáti, specifically for this legislation. And what I want to do is compare this legislation to 0257-22 to see what the differences are. But in this case, I'm not really seeing any differences aside from just more documents that have been added in. I'm assuming that these are the documents that were submitted to request for the FRF funding. So again, if I could just get that data, and I'll be happy to email you that question to President Naz and Vice President Leiser and Paulson Chaco and all of the division directors, because it seems like when we ask these questions verbally, we never really get a response. So I'll be sending that email and just to be clear, I'll be CCing the Navajo Times and Gallup Independent as well. So maybe that will help with moving things along in terms of sharing data with the Navajo Nation Council. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and go back to the queue. At this time, I have Honorable Keelan.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Nada, ado kudo, hitting the house of Snacky. Kudo the Quishi, I don't bahata isi. Ado the Quigoshi, Bahasi, I don't absed. A coco, the one thing, Kudos not as a thing like that kid. Hit all the AB. Technically, it's go kudo na toski hatelia. It's that in the Sanskado, but not that kid. She's a zingy stop. Compromising, no. A coco haki la Sana honit go quacky. Tato Nashtek eat not tossing dengi based on dengi hut not it so. Did hada dilia do hadelne other quacky in and chapter has August la but hatagahaki edit arbitration da seal to a baby not to get based on dengi it not a seed so. The high system to other sisters the adota. Don't I could I just want to be on record that I never was involved in the redevelopment of the legislation. And then my chapters were never involved in the deliberations or recommendations. A coco, a quacky shit, a shizing. Kobe not a kodobe, and at ado. Hadalia, Nimigigi at the Ashland. A coco, Kodoba, Hanas, Ada, Dotnan, Division Community Development, Ado Department of Justice, Ado Mr. Tom Pacheco's office, Memo Gibit Nanashla, Palan Zahot, the whole Jish, speak of chapters, projects you have to use in the land. Vetted how many of those specifically? And that's where I have a problem with that as well. Unlaid chapters, projects you have to use not auto, not chapters, but data is the show. Hey, these aren't eligible. After almost a year, the end. These aren't eligible. No, but all the although I ate that same dollar amount, the Untitled Chapters basically the Untitled Chapters projects you had used in the Nigo Ao Shibin the Hotat you had almost half of it. So Bohonet Zada Shato me Ako Halik Ako Dide Jo Nido Jon hit Napa Base of Joban the dot Nigo Hashit out of Jo Aton Kizadi Linki the Napani Tahaki Chapter Bunny Tahaki so need age Quacky. But on Satoba Heinzi did on recommendation be considered earlier after Yego Hattens the Aquaki. Aqua Acid speaker. Adosland, I need Liniki. Other president has just that I could Hasina Lat, the East division directors. You know, and I know we have in discussion on some of them. That's it. Opa Yale Ticket. Konik had Sato to be Nana Sota. Ako Aquaki Diego is a speaker. Ako Halet all a how can Hele Kodora say Toya had ye dini. How can you convince me to support this legislation again? It may seem and it will be probably interpreted or be viewed that I'm disopposing for no reason. But there's a reason I'm not supporting some of these legislations, just because that not much is being considered for my region. From last day and then Limiki, like the male veteran bunny in the APB of these other baby. But what you guys don't provide to them is that, okay, there's almost 10,000 veterans. You divide the 10,000, the 50 million by 10,000, how much is that? And that's not even probably going to buy a door for veterans. Or even to divide that up by 110 chapters, probably not going to even build one home. Yeah, the dollar figure is that high, but how much it's going to really provide the infrastructure is limited. Other housing that are economic, no. But we have almost 400,000 Navajo people. How many of them do need housing? So it's another or equally 110. It's probably less than 300,000. So after that, ego, jo, bansas kid that's all yeah. And I've been bugging NHA about housing development, housing needs. I could see the Osage not in go in. The scattered homes get of it has to be clustered homes. But some of chapters don't like these clustered homes. The location. Then we also got a news came out from Senator Kelly, then Senator Sinema, saying that the Navajo Nation is receiving $49 million for homes. And they are so there's a lot of areas that I would want some clarification. But the other area is broadband, and I'm sure all of you have received a copy of my email. I believe there's less than 10 questions. And the specific question I have for broadband is, do we have an overall comprehensive, literally an assessed report by each community for broadband service? This is just broadband fiber optic line. ala ide sikitida ado kunaki towers yanata ahaki stop bahatan. And I believe a lot of these have to work one-on-one, connection. Those that need to be properly viewed. So you just heard Mr. Patero earlier saying that broadband office, there still needs to be certain staff to be hired. Yeah? So if their staff still needs to be hired, that should be an automatic to say that this hasn't been properly been planned yet. Broadband get at the hojo, a neta, osashin. Kishin that it at the ako ebe ben nachiko halet au koto tato outside company but like he ka teacher just to estan then it ada means ada that content means some of these outside companies are willing hasa the peso sa nakha that is asto sa ehna that nimiki khulno sto. And I bring a lot of these issues to Mr. Charlie. I don't know, it's just because that I'm voicing about broadband on the nation. Some of them are contacting me. And I told them I'm just voicing the issues and concerns, but I don't have the authority to say as an individual to say yes or no. I'm forwarding a lot of these information to Mr. Charlie's office. Recommend all 110 chapters of course, if you look at it, going back to my 5 chapters, there's a 2 of them that should could but I see at the Shinaki to be none sota. A coela hate at quack. But as I see to the natives at them since. Although what I'm learning is that each the Netherlands, each community, they don't want to be there. That's another thing. But yet, when we say anything that the nation receives, it's automatically blanket as that this is the people's money. But yet, the bigger population, but the one thing that these bigger chapter needs to understand is that a lot of our communities are in that area just because that the community that they're at, they don't have housing, they don't have homes. But the Sato makes it the bigger chapters for some of these communities across the Navajo Nation. Case, case. If we develop these smaller communities with these basic infrastructures, I'm sure it will grow. So economic development Navajo. It is an hinted the Naki Quakitrio, Indole, Hikishit out of Joba Ignata. So a quacky, Jo Benhast, Yat Ehinson, Baby Nashipeson, Liniki, we can utilize it effectively. The housing is one area. I would say that almost half of the funding that we have should all go to housing rather than economic development. But yet, there's other fundings available as well. Going back to broadband, for NTIA, 53 million peso. How is that funding correlating with these two legislation aimed at based on which region, based on based on kid, it's not that the whole do we have an official listing that was sent to NTIA of the 53 million, which chapters are receiving this funding? Yeah, go ahead. Has the space for space for because a lot of these funding, they're just more of upgrading a lot of these existing infrastructure, leaving the people that don't have water, leaving the people that have no electricity, leaving the people don't have cell towers in the same position. Yeah, this hagot net nazaki ajigo ajit enal consider look chapter ziki bande tahaki edo yego nahaba nahat inda don hat bayat aj ado andena loshina raj in the aj nahaba huit inda sto that tingo that hako just because of their smaller chapter on hit. A and speaker speak at that legislation which are presenting on the yaki. I don't be hasi. Haven't been convinced of the chapter that I represent that this amount of funding will be directly benefiting them. From that land in chapter deed ego, but ego quacky. These are based on money just specifically. Then you're basically projects you have to on the land. Out of the last Department of Transportation did on her recommend EILA. Department of Health did on her recommend EILA. Division of Economic Development did on her recommend EILA. Division of Community Development did on her recommend EILA. Department of Health, the BIE, OEH, IHS, did on chapters, did on the base, so you recommend it. How you got to the Shizing. A co Elan so Orte Kin the Shakago, other chapter communities will be benefiting. Ya been Hambe Kit Niyago, Sisitan Akin last Esidoni, Kate our over Kate Nini, Halit Allah base at other land Hain Keda. Shitato Nikabahosen. A co Ebe Benasico, Sisido, Quackisity. And I did say that in my previous 257 memo. Shade or Nandingi, baby, that did Alan, Nahat Nestle Adon, Pesolan Hanan Jackie Benina, any guest speaker, do president, or sending hits at the Nabe, ain't he need next door. And I'll continue to say this until the time that I'm sitting down with my chapter officials, the time that I'm sitting down with everyone else, whoever is making all of these decisions in developing this budget. The need agent job is that it's not going to affect everyone. It's not going to improve everything. Especially these smaller chapters, rural communities, as they always say. I'll bring it up again. Oh, I always say my 5 chapters, and that's the 5 chapters that I represent. Yes, the Navajo Nation as a whole, as a council. Yes, I do represent the whole Navajo Nation. But who sent me to the council is the 5 chapters that I represent. So I have to reference them. What I've seen, what I hear at the local level is what I try to express to the council, to the government. But yet, the Yegon Haba Nahandi Yeda in his Nahoti. And again, Low Mountain, I will continue to bring that up. Cell tower. The creed shape there, needle. nothing specifically says that in these two legislations, what will it take for the Navajo Nation government to say that the reason why the but what you're really saying is that forget about the young kids over there. That's basically what you're saying. Forget about the public safety issue over there. Forget about the education over there. Forget about the elders over there. Forget about the veterans over there. I'm to blame to some of it. Speaker. So again, going back to broadband, I like to hear and see in writing specifically the total overall assessment for each of the 110 chapters. No matter if they have cell tower or not, okay, let them have it. They have it. But to span that out, you know that our communities live off the road 10 miles, 15 miles, and even some of them live 25 miles off the road. After each of the 110 chapters. So, so hey, it's all I need. That I was not that you hit that store. The Hyson are there. A coedition zero codo deep ego codo banana seat only. Sando lada shahat only. Sabato Keza shahat only on behalf of the community that I represent. So hey, like these are harsh arches. Passatot is linked to the dog. The out in the hit up can see kids could all response only clinicy. Chapters bunny tahaki, communities bunny tahaki. Edit ego kodo yat eho half the dog in the key artishing lana needs an oak. I call what ego shinkodo. If it's a half seat or list or canana seat or list. Speaker, I truly am requesting on behalf of the community that I represent that the appropriate amount needs to be allocated for each of the community that we represent. According at 157, 186, there's a lot of individual projects in the millions. All of those have been are an exception. We were talking about 15 million, 10 million, 5 million for one community. On top of that, they're getting additional funding through water line, through power line, through broadband, none. So what else you could do? Bahasito listo, subkenachito tado list. So over end, about so doesn't interest either. Yat hit ashin don me so yat hit ashin indeed me. So it I sit auto that the snow the schneider. Jobe is naked do jobe ban yanasi yat esto listen so at the schnitzer. Specifically is in terms of the budget and the actual need based on the assessment across the Navajo Nation at each of the communities. So what Ayla and then the other one is that we really need to extend our hand to the BIA, to the IHS, to NHA, to the state counties, to the state government, especially some of these private companies that are willing to help the Navajo Nation in the area of broadband and internet service technology. I believe that we can have so much help by these people, but yet we're not really doing our best job in having the proper plan in place. And I've been meeting with the counties for the past several months now, So I appreciate Mr. Charlie and Ms. Nez attending some of them, and now they should be able to have an understanding how much they're willing to help, how much they're willing to participate. But us Navajo Nation government, we're not really opening the door for them, especially the private companies of these telecommunication, even some private owners. Navajo Nation, I'm 100% Navajo. I'm a business owner. You stop. I let out the other bad need lead stop. I let out and then get the bad need lead on him net ocean you that is ocean you could on and and oh you hold it a baby in sea case a could on him hit the nagging hit down here you hold me a large baby in sea case the gone day washing could open up stop. So with that, she vetted those jaw, and then didn't get sick at all, and the hand dog scored out, and hand dog scored out. That's where the administration comes into play to review a lot of these companies, how they're developing, how they're organized, and how they're officially recognized by the Navajo Nation government through the Division of Economic Development. So it is also RJ, you hit 9 didn't stop. Bahasi to little Napapan sea case to little a quag has jaw. Donanish to little that eaten. Washing her unit in a carpet, she get the house and washing her one day to little Yahoson. What that age she based on delegate a bundle and Sabanas, the lot of little go behind that door. Speaker, yield the time back.
Thank you, Honorable Keon. That colleagues, I don't have anybody in the queue right now, but I know that there's some questions from both Madam Chair Charles Newton and Honorable Keon. So let me go back to the sponsor.
Delegate James.
Honorable Freeland, we go back to you and your go ahead.
Speaker?
Yeah, your agents. Sorry, forgot the word agent. Honorable Freeland, the floor is yours right now.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, Untitled staff. In regards to Madam Chair Charles Newton's questions in relation and comments relation to her chapter closures and the internal control, is this what the people want? Questions related to the Nez Lizer administration and obtaining of data. I'm going to have the Mr. Paulson Chaco or Miss Dr. Yellowman respond to that. And then in regards to the compromise as well brought up by my brother, Honorable Kealan McGay, no involvement nor chapter projects vetted. Sounds like division community development, cluster of homes, the broadband, I'll have Mr. Platero take that one on. And then he also mentioned a request for the need for 110 chapters to be extended also to BIA and IHS. So I'm going to go ahead and start with Mr. Chaco.
Okay. Chief, you on the line?
Just go ahead and let me go ahead and call upon Dr. Yellowman to respond.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dr. Yellowman?
Okay, I'll go ahead and respond to Delegate Newton and then to Delegate Keon Begay. I believe those are some of the questions, and so let me just start out with some data collection that we started out with. the number of times that we have done consultation or outreach to chapters, and then a little bit to the closures, or I should say the chapter reopening plans that each chapter has. So I did receive the email that Delegate Charles Newton read to this session, and I did respond to that email. I also included NTOA in the email and the Shiprock chapter officials in the email. So I feel that they will also be able to contribute to the conversation to Delegate Newton's email. They were not included in the email. So Delegate Charles Newton, DCD, we did open a portal. We opened a portal and sent out solicitations in April of 2021. And during that time, we have also reported on this information. We did receive 558 submissions from 110 chapters. From those submissions, the Shiprock chapter did submit and respond to those solicitations. We originally requested for chapters to respond to the solicitation for certain categories at the time, which we anticipated would be highly needed projects for ARPA, but there were no guidelines provided to the Navajo Nation during that time. But we did request for water, wastewater, power line projects, bathroom addition, housing, rural addressing, and other projects based on chapter and local need. So we did receive a little over 550 projects. The Shiprock chapter did respond and submit through the DCD portal. From there, when the chapters submitted, if they submitted a project that was based on an economic development project, we sent those projects to DED for their review. If projects related to senior center upgrades or senior center renovations or anything dealing with senior centers, we sent those projects to NDOH for their review. If projects were related to any type of road projects, we sent those to NDOT. We also had numerous meetings with chapters regarding the portal submission. We included and developed portal guidelines and user guide. We also had technical assistance times available for chapters to call in if they had additional questions and needed additional technical assistance for just the portal alone. I also want to note that in legislation 87-22, section 2, letter N and letter O, there's a breakdown of DCD and OPVP going to the community. And it states that DCD presented ARPA and Fiscal Recovery Fund information to each of the 5 agency council meetings to hear from the Navajo people concerning their needs and priorities for projects and or services funded through the Navajo Nation FRF. In addition, DCD has met with Navajo Nation chapters individually and collectively on more than 50 occasions to discuss Navajo Nation FRF matters. Also, the Navajo Nation Council hosted 26 Naabik'íyáti committee work sessions, all open to the public to hear from the Navajo people concerning their needs and priorities for projects and or services funded through the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund. In addition, standing committees of the Navajo Nation Council held more than 40 committee meetings, all to the public, that have included FRF reports and infrastructure specific discussions. Also DCD, we had mandatory meetings. I'm not always a fan of that term, but these are mandatory meetings in which all chapters participated in gathering information for bathroom additions and critical infrastructure process for these gatherings. Lastly, it's a little bit different by state, but the Navajo Nation and New Mexico chapters do participate and provide information through the Navajo Nation ICIP listing. And the listings that were in the Navajo Nation ICIP for the Shiprock community are reflected in their submission for ARPA, and that's in the Navajo Nation ICIP listing as well. We encourage chapters to review their projects that were either in a form ready or construction ready, or if they were on the Navajo Nation ICIP or the New Mexico ICIP, and the Shiprock chapter did submit. And how they get those projects on the New Mexico ICIP is through chapter discussion and community discussion. Without going into the Title 26, but the chapter officials are elected by their local constituents as well, and have had these discussions with their community members. And that's the process that we went through. And that is also information that we've shared with Naabik'íyáti and Navajo Nation Council as well, is the DCD portal submission process. So I did review the emails. There were some comments regarding NTUA. I did include NTUA in the email to Delegate Newton. And Delegate Newton was here in July of last year with NTUA regarding some of these projects. So there's familiarity, and there has been discussion on these projects already. So I'll conclude there. And then to Delegate Kealan Begay. Similarly, Delegate Kealan Begay, I want to share that I have met with Kealan Begay and his chapters August 31st, 2021, November 15th, 2021, March 14th, 2022, April 11th, 2022. I've had one-on-one meetings with Kealan Begay. Kealan Begay did submit these memos to the Speaker's office and to the Navajo Nation President's office, after which on Monday, March 14th, I called Kealan Begay when he was in Washington, D.C., and we had a 2-hour meeting going over his memo. One of his first memos is he asked what projects, underwater wastewater projects, were related to his chapters. I reviewed that data with him. He asked on broadband, question number 2, broadband, 4.9 million, and no cell tower. We explained to him, he has also heard from NTUA that those cell towers were being addressed under the defunded CARES Act projects. Number 3, he asked in his question on electricity. I reported to him on that, and housing. I shared with him the housing process and the proposed housing projects that would be addressed by the chapters or through the chapters with these ARPA submissions or ARPA proposals. There's also a question he asked about veterans and bathroom additions. I shared with him how we've collected data and worked with all chapters on the bathroom addition presentation and data submission. He also sent another email again and letter asking which projects are eligible and not eligible, and what was the vetting process for eligibility. And again, that is the legislation that I believe he was a part of, and that's BFS 31-21. He also asked which projects are in legislation 86-22. That is also being presented to you today. It's 515 pages. So that is a lengthy read. And what are projects being presented in 8722. To my knowledge, there are no projects being presented in 87-22. The projects that Kealan Begay did submit through the chapters that his project submitted through the DCD portal did amount to an estimated cost at $119,106, $892. I'll repeat that again. $119,106, $892, of which one project alone was a road project which was deemed ineligible, and it was at $71,950,000. I have explained this to Delegate Kealan Begay numerous times, and again just last Thursday on the Navajo Hopi Land Commission call Thursday morning, and also showed with him the number of times that I've met with him in his chapters. So again, I can review these and respond to his emails. I am in receipt of them. I do reach out to him, and I work with his LDA to reach out to him to set up these meetings. So I'll in there and conclude there and respond through email as well. Yeah.
Freeland, does that conclude your response?
Speaker, I want to have Mr. Platero respond to the broadband concerns as raised by Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Mr. Speaker, can we go ahead and respond?
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, one of the broadband, like I said, Ms. Nez just joined on the in April 11th. Nidon de Tatashnish, Akoho Atinde Yinalnish, Mr. Charlie, Nidon Dandashnish. The hard part is there's a big shift in how the broadband will be addressed because previously it had all been under NTUA. Kadeya, it is going to be opened up to more entities being involved. The other part of it is the information is still being sorted through. As I indicated earlier, we do have a meeting on Wednesday. Between my reporting that now, we have also now added NTUA into that meeting. So we are, the team that's working on it is still putting information together. We do ask for a session with Naabik'íyáti before they have a regular meeting so that we can provide our findings to them. I think it's important that there have been individuals that have expressed concern that they were not being heard, and we want to make sure that we hear all of them so that we take their recommendations into consideration for putting the plan together. I believe that is going to take time. However, part of it also is that it's difficult really to plan these projects if you don't have a budget. Did the link no it's Kate nilo la base of the budget that ago the nena than him in the list. Khashid di kwagi but on khashed at the list that the ninda ado the osada nan kid the nisto. A call base of that a dina la basos and the did I been on the shanigi kwagi abahast here. So we really do need to work together to get allocations put out so that these projects can proceed. It's difficult to go through the whole process and then not get the funding for it. Many times when I worked with council, the reference I believe that they used was an unfunded mandate. Untitled Chapter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. That Honorable Freeland, does that conclude your response?
Yes, Speaker, it does. Thank you.
Thank you. That, let me go ahead and go back to the floor then. This time, colleagues, again, if you're just joining us or individuals joining us, listeners, we are on having a work session today, a Naabik'íyáti committee work session. We are on presentations at this time. We do have legislation 0086-22, which is sponsored by Honorable Freeland, who has done his presentation, and we're just going through questions at this time. Remember, colleagues, too, as well, we still have one other presentation that is on our agenda, and that's from legislation 0087-22, sponsored by Madam Chair Emma Crotty. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. This time I have Honorable Vince James and then Honorable Yell here in the queue. Honorable James, floor is yours.
Speaker Damon, I do have a follow-up, just an FYI. This is Delegate Charles Moon.
Okay, thank you. Honorable James.
Another speaker, other members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Other than legislation kitatoning sozi ideya to kuigoshi na dikit liniki a shareholder ado hit ashi is not of necessary asian hin hiben hihodni ako dik at the quishing there's the door the quishing a the quidishing but atlantic leo oko a few go chip not this kid ako do on but the a banan the what a not answer any beha that it's the little yash ako e quite earlier sa ashid ayat ito little. If we could just fix a lot of our questions that we've had in the past answered and not be ignored. And I think that's the first part that we as leaders need to fix, because right now when we have a lot of questions and we bring up questions, they're ignored and we're not given the response back to questions. And I think it would be great if we could receive answers in regards to our questions. And there's a lot of questions that are similar that we bring up as leader. And I try to listen into some of those questions that my colleagues bring up, and they're not being answered. So my first question is for Ganado region, my delegate region, the 5 chapters that I represent. I really want to really know what has happened to my 27 projects for my 5 chapters. Where did that go? And I ask this question due to the fact that I'm being asked from my chapters. And the reason why that I'm being asked is because on the chapter administration staff and officials and constituents got together and worked to develop these projects. And so if I don't see in this legislation the answer that I'm receiving from you guys is that their work is worthless at my chapters. And I believe this also falls into play with all of the other chapters that my colleagues oversee. And some of our administration staff and our constituents went above and beyond to generate these listings that was submitted to Division of Community Development. But yet they're not even part of this legislation. And so if my chapters, the 5 chapters that I represent, submitted 27 projects, I'm assuming that the rest of my colleagues have about the same amount of projects. So what happened to all that work? How are we going to address it? Or are you coming back at us through this legislation and saying, hey, you only qualify for 745,000 as chapters? And so if that was the case from the beginning, then that should have been the message that had gone out to the chapters, asking the chapters, hey, chapters, we opened up the portal, now submit projects that's less than 745,000 or equal to 745,000. But yet we as Division of Community Development came and gave incorrect information to some of these chapters to only submit 3 projects and some more than 3 projects. And so again, the communication was not there with all the chapters that the portal was reopened a couple of times to submit project. If from the get-go, we knew that there was going to only be 745,000 initiated, then why did we not give the message from the beginning? That way, a lot of our constituents in our chapter administration, our chapter leadership would not have gone through all the troubles of collecting information. But yet, it's just like a slap in the face and, oh, we're just going to do 745,000 for you guys. And I sent the listing to Shema Division Director, Dr. Yellerman. I also sent it to Chief of Staff, Paulson Chaco, President Nez, Shana, yourself. You're the only one that has responded. Honorable Mark Freeland, you said you'll try to look into it. Others, I haven't received a response back. A call that just gives me a message to say, hey, we just decided at this point in time to not assist our chapters, but yet we'll move forward in this direction of just making it for projects that's pretty much I don't know if I should call it by favoritism or by just knowing the person that scratch your back, you scratch my back deal thing. And it's beginning to become a problem for me on my end with my chapters. And they're frustrated. It's like, so if this legislation only has 745,000, then why are we doing all of this running around here? And I tried to, I did explain the SDS listing. I provided them the information. I did provide them the power line, the wastewater, and also the broadband. But it comes down to it, it's like, how definite is it that we're going to get services? How definite is it that we're going to get these projects? And when it comes down to it, I mean, I also explained the public safety portion of it, the cyber portion of it, the E911, the rural address, bathroom additions, and then the housing, and then of course the delegate regions and the economic development and the health portion. But it start explaining these other projects. It's always how much chapter receiving, how much are we going to receive, how many of our projects are listed. And when I start reviewing the listing and showing them the listing, then it's very bothering to them, and they're just like, and I try to share the information you as presenters have shared with us, that somehow we all have to get along, and somewhere along we have to understand that we're not going to get a slice of the pie. And I even went down to the traditional culture concept of explaining it to them. It's like you went to Canada, you've gone to a Canada ceremony, and then the next morning you got a small piece of the Navajo cake. I can't ask a sonnet. I don't the Hatina, I don't the Tyson nita that hit the north net, Yadal Titleko. Or Natchet, quite again, Sananas case a lot. Do it on Kideya, bigger high hit need as leadership. So that's usually come out of Canada. How come you got a bigger piece? You didn't even mix the cake. You didn't even help with singing, and that stuff happens, and that's what we're actually going through with this legislation. And so it's just a thing though from my chapter, Ziki, a call like for the SDS listing. There's 8 projects listed. A call, and then there's some of the others colleagues that have more than 20 projects that are listed. And we have quite a bit of homes that are to be served. I call it when I'm always brought up, that project's going to be on that project's part of the SDS listing. It's not. And so I'm trying to get an answer from you guys too through listening to my colleagues, is how is this SDS helping all of us, and how is it cordially correlating with the current legislation that's before us that we're having a work session on. And so when I say that, it's like how some of these communities, they meet with each other. And let me share an example, like cornfields and Steamboat, the back area. There's a road that goes from cornfields to Steamboat. That whole stretch of families that live on top of that mesa don't have running water. And so when you review that SDS listing, cornfields is on the listing for a water line project. But when you look at the SDS listing for Steamboat, it doesn't correlate, or it doesn't connect with that water line that's going to be made in cornfields. And then I come back and I look at this legislation, and there's nowhere that makes that connection to where there'll be one main water line going between these two communities on top of the mesa. And so when I look at it that way, when you look at it from that perspective, and again, it's the same with with Jedito, Beshbito Valley on top of the mesa, and then into Low Mount to Marnelli, Naabik'íyáti, Naabik'íyáti area. Beshbito is Valley Goldwater Loop is on the SDS listing, but the low mountain south water line doesn't connect to that. So we're going to have some families in Chanela's area that won't be having water, but a mile or a half a mile down the road is where the Goldwater Loop is, but there'll be water line there. So when I see that those fundings is not part of this legislation to make those connections, to me, it's like it's better that we just not move forward with this legislation and go with the equal distribution, because that's how it affects, and it probably varies for each of my colleagues. And quite I've been having a problem trying to lay out everything on two of the white tables and laying it all out. And it's like, okay, where does this fit? Where does this come together? And it doesn't. And on top of that, which would be my last comment, is I've since I took oath and being on council floor, I brought up to many different departments as starting with NHA, starting with economic, and down the line. And I've brought up to the point, if you were to add up all the lands that has been withdrawn within my factors, that's over 400 acres of land that has been withdrawn. And there's nothing on this legislation that corresponds to making any development on that land that has been withdrawn. But when you look at the listing that has been submitted to Division of Community Development, it corresponds with having development done on those lands that have been withdrawn. And so with that, I also because of that reason, I also lean towards just doing equal distribution. And that brings me back down to my question. I wish I had all the listing of all of the delegates from Division of Community Development to see how many chapter projects made it to the ARPA listing that were part of legislation 0257. And then break it down by agencies. How many projects are going to be done by agencies? That would be a very interesting number that I would like to research myself, is how many projects are going to be done by agencies. If we're not going to get along with the equal distribution by delegates, then we should do it by agency. Maybe that will work. And then also identify how many registered voting members there is in each of the agency to determine how much funds is going to be given to each of the agencies divided by the registered voting members within each of the agency. That's something that I would like to know as well. And so I think if we start looking at that concept and that geographical area, I think it would make a lot of sense to all of us of where a lot of this funding is going to which agency it's going to. So I don't know if Mr. Platero has done something like that yet. But I'm assuming that there would be some kind of information shared to us by the explanation that I shared just now. So again, with that, I'll go ahead and end my questions. And again, please try to answer the questions that my colleagues are asking, and try not to ignore our questions. I think that would be one of the biggest things that we will determine on how we all get along and move forward for our Navajo people. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable James. With that, let me go on down to Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair, floor is yours at this time.
I can't announce to the Speaker Navajo Nation Council, Mr. Dean. Thank you very much. Out on the 24 Navajo Nation Council Law Agency. Out on the National Science Coalition under 110 chapters. On that election of the based upon it in the American Rescue Plan Act. That's what all the Nabe. Roy, I had a question about this. I never talk long. You guys all know me that I never always go to the point. So, but now I don't that. I take it to the point. Could I Shemayazi, Shemasan, but no Shemayazi question that I mean the Honorable Charles Newton. But it's Ayahati. But oh yeah, he chapters in there could he did not or he but another and a when not 80 pandemic given Arkuya Hanalta. In the Chilchi with after 10 Hanaka. It was on it. A cover Abraham, a foot off a Kudo agenda, police and all and there was only police and all and a legend. A cover the chapters official on the Hata is not. They sent in the proposal which they made. There is the evidence that was turned in through Navajo Nation government to Division of Community Development through Dr. Yellman. Yata is not a cover. You're not each. Whatever he had a proposals. Yet a dozen. Of course, I have confidence. My chapter is official. And then later is saying, which is a could Yendi J. on the proposals. Ediki, but Yata is the opinion chapter there. As you can go. But original Quadol Rescue Plan like funny Nilly. Could also be another plan is that original 80 proposal Dalia. Dalia gay that's but other has EOJ Benan Shitaila. Happening not a Kroyo by Yaki. Need that Eva Yaki. But on lawful cost, what will accept to intent this program. Been yet a Dalia, it's other use. A coco. Yat ends and shell. Could have had added or had on Nikati, Besabed, the largely the chingy bed on she, and not that at all. What I about this case. A Cordika could a Shiliat edition could official, Nika Chatter official, London could opinion, the Liat 80 could Cabanit in this upper funds. A cohort. I don't know, like Mesato. People need any Liat 8 chapters official. Not netta is not it is. I don't wait for late half an hour. So, if the Liat Eshe, she caution at Annie. Listen, that she uses a cocoa. I don't Ajan away Whipperwell, a Akashi again as Zonko, a equal distribution done. Nana could away hard Rajaya. I thought it had 8 at Nitanda, but I had Ala Yahatak Nitanda. Father she is in the planning meeting, was she, which it is Hajo in Zindoli. Because 3 and 1 is not voted yet, which legislation they can go for. What I and it is starting from. Because even in Arona can venison and Ani, Corny is Eda has Arona, Ani is the home. Shiro South Harbor said, we say, no hot is though. And she's dead on next. Wake on Whipperwell store, Peabody. They have salt tire up there, and they don't want to share my understanding. Able to it is having thought so it ought to be surrounded. Eton Nite Janssen under this original 0257-21. Aro lang kusoyo units of not anti peso the home electric connection the on the division community development housing though housing renovation done here has veteran housing yesterday since Friday though Friday at 10 a.m. meeting with the Central Agency of Veteran Organizations. The Koeta no Hawanika done. Our nation at Ani. Make this common sense to you. So yeah, the person he knows already. A coco deep base of veteran had nearly 50 million. A coco 3 chapters go. I want a quick veteran thought shares up our hints. By quality, maybe even thousands at all. These housing veterans. A quirky, Shilponets, attendant there. A hotel on Tuskis, all the bedroom addition to 150 million. Air about 100. I think veterans go lay Yahanta, the hottest cause that we cost to our area yata. Nishi elderly, you must son, you chain, you know, son, either. Beta and the bedroom addition and they call it nada era hot habitat casal for the chain hot elenso on such cases as neither aro vegetable nisto asian elite up in dealness a call at se be enough the nasty nitty be cottage the cottage aro all but not a no yield joy. Or the north, as well, yield to the Yashon should not on it, never caught each. She has a job by instance. Aron the conscious, Jayaz Al Kanya. Joy on what it and little conquer Adol Hatraja Hatati Arigi, easy as to say. Because she could arkin Tapa and Nazuko Hatrati that had out and Hatati Ada. Usually they organize it, they give it a bigger cake, AR with the other touch of a dark bake, a question Yangi, a carpet, Nite, a piano, all Yanhat, don't touch Asiani, and can't saw the house on touch on. The meat didn't follow your policy. A with the city then cannot tap on, Nazo, Asian, not on Janota or Ilo, Eva Honson. Teaching original 0257-21. I want so about none is canon edition. This is not my first rodeo. I look at this budget. It's pretty good. I'm not campaigning for anybody. I'm for talking for my people. Yeah, shouldn't thank you, Speaker. So it's not answer than yeah. Khati Shiron Khatishin Kut Eroli, Unto Ishlaroli. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor. With that, we go on to Madam Chair Charles Newman for follow-up.
Thank you, Speaker. Just really quickly, I appreciate the response that was given by Division of Community Development. So I had to go back and I had to look at the legislation to see where the reading was coming from. But if the reading came directly from the legislation, these were all one-way communications. For instance, the 5 agency council meetings, I know with Northern Agency, only chapter officials chapter officials are allowed to vote, and they're the only ones who are allowed to speak. At Northern Agency, I believe we get like 10 minutes to update the chapter officials. So referencing the 5 agency council meetings as a way of communicating with the people, I think, again, is wrong. And I think that, for the people who are listening in on the World Wide Web, the agency council meetings are only for chapter officials. So in essence, if you're going to point to this to say we're communicating with the people by an agency council meeting, then what I'm hearing is we are listening to the chapter officials, which is a perfect prime example. So thank you for pointing that out. There was also reference to DCD meeting with Navajo chapters individually and collectively on more than 50 occasions. Can you give me dates and also places and which chapters you met with? Just saying 50 occasions. You could have a passing with a chapter official, but that doesn't really count as a means of communicating with the people. And again, I say this because our chapters are closed down, and the president talked about the safety of the people, and yet there's pictures of him at a Suns game. There's pictures of him, going around the Navajo Nation at different, events. And so I just wonder, if you can attend these events, if you can go to these events, why can't you just open up the chapter and gather the people to say, on this day, we're going to have a discussion about this $1 billion. And really, get a really good idea of whether the project listings that were submitted by the chapter officials are really what the people want. And I say that because there's so much discrepancy that this administration has, shared. And I say discrepancy because on one occasion, we were told at one work session that the chapters were consulted and that we submitted projects. On, the next work session, it was like, well, some projects were told the rules and some projects weren't told the rules. And then on a third work session, it was, we told some projects that, only shovel ready. And then we told some projects only water projects. And we told some chapters, so it just seems like there's so much discrepancy. And there's really a lot of miscommunication coming out of the Nez Leiser administration, which is really a shame when you're saying that the people have been consulted for these projects, when in essence, because of the miscommunication, as was referenced again by the Director of Division Community Development, an agency council meeting is only for chapter officials. So how were the people involved in those decisions? Number two is, with the 50 occasions that were referenced, I want dates and then the chapters that you met with. That way that can be shared with the chapters so that the people in those chapters know that their chapter officials were consulted. The 26th Naabik'íyáti committee work session, I had an issue with that the last time with 0257-21, and that I made it very clear that it's another one-way form of communication. This is not, we're allowing the public to hear. There's a difference in hearing and then getting feedback. And right now we are being broadcasted on the World Wide Web, and I can tell you that, there's no involvement. And I know because I often check the Facebook page and the YouTube page to see, if the Nez Leiser administration or even council delegates are interacting with the people on Facebook who are asking questions or who are bringing up concerns or, who are commenting on the way that things are being run. So I can tell you as a council delegate, if I participated in those 26 Naabik'íyáti committee work sessions, we only spoke about what was happening. We never allowed the public to communicate. And that's never happened, at least the work sessions that I participated in. And then just to be clear, on page 5 of 33, it does state on line number 21, paragraph O, the Navajo Nation Council hosted 26 Naabik'íyáti committee work sessions, all open to the public to hear from the regional and agency leadership concerning their needs and priorities for projects and or services funded through the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund. I will reread that and emphasize that it was open to the public to hear. It didn't say to get feedback or to, hear their voices. We were only open to the public to allow them to hear from the regional and agency leadership concerning their needs and priorities. So when we're saying their needs and priorities, are we talking about the regional and agency leadership's needs and priorities? Because that's what the legislation reads. Perhaps I'm wrong, because again, I can tell you, council has not gone out to the public, to the community to hear their concerns. We have not. So to stay in this legislation and to read that to say, oh yeah, the people have been consulted is wrong. And it is a lie. And it is miscommunication that the Nez Leiser administration is putting in this legislation, which was read on the record by the Division of Community Development Director. So in terms of my follow-up questions, I ask again, when were the people consulted? On what date and what locations were they consulted? Not the chapter officials, not the agency council meetings, and not where they're only allowed to listen in on social media. I want to know when there were meetings held with the community regarding this funding, because it has been done, it can be done, and it should be done. And that is my concern, is that this miscommunication with saying that we have consulted the people, that the people are telling us that this is what they want, when in actuality, the people's voice have been silenced. As long as the chapter houses are closed, the people's voice have been silenced. And it will remain silent as long as only 12 are allowed into the chapter meetings, as long as, yes, we do have teleconference, but not everybody is given the chance to speak. And there are also questions about the people who are voting and whether they are really members of that community who vote. When I go to chapter meetings and I see people there, I know who is a part of my community. I know, which elders or which community members take part in chapter meetings. I know, which ones are always there. When you do it on phone, in my chapter, we have had 17 people vote on a resolution, and I've never heard of these people who were voting. And there was questions about whether any of them were actually Shiprock chapter voters. So I think that, with this whole teleconference and, issue, I think there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be asking questions about resolutions that have been passed at chapter houses, and who voted on those resolutions. I know that my chapter coordinator votes on resolutions at the chapter house, and there was questions of whether, she can be on the clock and vote at a chapter meeting, and we were told as long as she's a chapter official, but she's never voted before. But through the closure of the chapter, it has been a question. So just to be clear again, Ms. Yellowman, if you were reading directly from the legislation and you were saying that this is proof that you guys met with the community, then, I just want to make it very clear that this is not proof. I need to know what dates and which communities you met, Division of Community Development and the Nez Leiser administration, and also the different divisions and directors who have submitted these project requests. When did you meet with the community? When did you meet with the people? When President Nez gives his when he gets on the radio and he talks about what's going on, does he open up the phone lines to allow people to call in to ask him questions? And I know that, they flooded his page with hardship questions, and he closed his page, and he blocked a lot of people because they were complaining about what's going on with hardship. And so, we need to be very careful. Colleagues, we are leaders. And, we need to be careful when we say that we consulted the people, because we really haven't. And, as council as a whole, we have not gone out into the communities to have public hearings to hear directly from the people. We have only heard from chapter officials. Now, the question is, are these chapter officials sharing information with the community? I can speak for my community and say that my chapter officials have not informed the community of really anything. Their response has been everything is posted on Facebook with the agendas for chapter meetings. And my question has always been, how many elders have Facebook? How many elders, even know what social media is? None of these announcements have been made on the radio. None of them, are really being shared out there. so to say that, yes, our people have been consulted, I think is very dangerous. And I will say it is a lie. And we need to be very clear. When we're talking about, here with this legislation, with the 5 agency meetings, our people need to know that the agency meetings are only allowed for the 3 chapter officials. The 3 chapter officials are the only ones who can speak and who can vote on these agency council resolutions that come down the pipeline. And if they say that they're representing their people, I want to know how, again, because chapter meetings are closed. So how can we say that we're representing the people? Well, I would like to see, Speaker, and there's no excuse, there's absolutely zero excuse at this point, because every council delegate has been involved in an event where there has been more than 50 people. Every council delegate has, gone off the Navajo Nation, attended, conferences, or, who, gone to places off the Navajo Nation where there's been more than 50 people. I think what we need to do, Speaker, and what I would like to request is to have public hearings across the agencies and bring our people together and ask them, what do you guys want to see done with this money? It is time that we consult our Navajo people. And yes, there was an argument made at the very beginning that we are wasting time, and that, the longer we wait, the more these projects, go up. But, I say if that's the argument, then just let's just $1 billion among the Navajo people. Just give it to them. And so, again, I just want to make it clear and on the record that our Navajo people haven't been consulted. We have not had any public hearings. We have not heard anything from the Navajo people from these projects that are coming down the pipeline. That is why I am, I'm supporting the legislation to give to the chapters, because, hopefully by the time the money gets to the chapters, the people can be consulted, and we can have meetings, and we can say, this is where that 40+ million should go to. Here are some of the projects. Here are some of the ideas that we have. So I'm just, I just want to make that clear as a follow-up, Speaker, that if those were the references that were being made earlier, I was trying to find where the reading was done directly from the legislation. I'm guessing it's page 5 of 33, because it was reference to the agency council meeting. There was also reference to 50 meetings that were held. I'm guessing that's the 50 occasions, and then the 26 Nabi committee work sessions. That were, that is referenced on page 5 of 33. But those are, just to be clear, Speaker, and on the record, those are one-way forms of communication. That doesn't answer my question of how the people were consulted and how their voices are being taken into consideration with this legislation. Thank you, Speaker.
Madam Chair Charles, I do have one more member of our colleagues are in the queue. Let me go ahead and go to Honorable Daniels, and then I'll go back to Honorable Freeland. Honorable Freeland, stand by. Honorable Herman Daniels, floor is yours.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Arunana kodo Naabik'íyáti committee members kodo Shanat Anin Shanagi Shanat. Good afternoon. Arunana kodo Honorable Freeling kodo thank you kodo legislation kodo 0086-22. Ben Gisnahofens along with your agents. Kodo how this legislation is going to work out on the amount of dollars that it's requesting for $1,070 million plus dollars. 80 I bet to Nishiki, so you could have been some Nakodo. I see here Kodo. Out of what they not saying Kodo Shamayaza Honorable Crowdy. She out again Yen Hill Nahal Neto Lescodo. So Kodona great not on in it, Liniki, Quito at the snake kodo would as at yield his that would as at the never that yield land but kodo be the sabe nahi neligita would as at Arun da kodo in sa kiss kodo Aro leban si kiss so as at a ko yet as if out about on cynical what is it kodo but kodo shake into this legislation kodo that was presented to us kodo Arunana kodo the snake kodo Zuda Hashita Iliago. Even with this legislation 0086 Doshi host editole Adonana the other legislation 0087 Doshi host editole Hot Ibaban just case hot Anish called the Nadisnegi. There's delegates that represent multiple chapters. The Coco Ibenesh Ego. Though he host editole either legislation Haiti Shinada or Echo. So either that he make at all at the local level. So she or that enough. So she about the hotel just so that Ecuador. Adonana Ecuador working with chapters. Ecuador Hasula as a council delegate Ecuador representing your chapters Ecuador. Asaban Souls chapters. Arosa in Ha de Slap. Be Ota Ecuador Bansos Ecuador. A Koye on Hasula Ecuador. Shanat Anin Senegi. Working with chapters. Aron Ecuador working with your people Ecuador. Ecuador the communication. The Ye Ecuador Bitna Latita. Ecuador a great Saturday. I had my regional North meeting at Twin Arrows. Adonana Ecuador. I invited Delegate Freeland, Delegate Crotty, Snat Anin Lenigi Adan Khan as A Kodosnant and Lenigi the 4 chapters, leadership Lenigi A Hashin so A Babishan Hazne. Purpose of legislation 86 and 87. A Kodobabishan Hazne. Ado Hashin so A Hikit Ita. Ash Shikit Ita. Hot and Abahna the kid. Asking behind the kid whole adole. So at the Ecuador, the Yegon Hasula. Nihana Sut Ecuador, Sunat Anin of Senegi. Ado Ecuador at the Ecuador. Legislation, the Asha. La fit now Haiti Shibella eat left all the Haiti she is not for net or let a call. A court or a hole, just or a hole, just take a yashi, yasti it up. Laid at the Christian pipes lay in the big how you know not kick a deed at Tona state, lot of dan, especially she one but I deal out and dan, so the Yana has kick a deed. A co a dash, as I told you. Hot Eddie, Yanada Hill, Yanada Hill, Hasin Valley all kill. When I used to work for NECA, we used to do 3 homes, home service. Narita, 20 Lenigi, septic tank, drain fields, we used to do 3 homes in one day. 8 hours. What I say, so dito why you did go 3 homes. What are the Kada is big and lay neck at the UNESCO. I don't Tona state loss. I don't know the best see one but I did the crazy homes connected al Yabigo. The Ayanada Hill cake at the best of it on the Sanquid. So 8 years I keep a passion near Quado. I call it 8 and nay. Yes, I'm not indeed. This morning, I had a meeting with one of my chapter leadership. One of my constituents came up to me. They got and the by my so yeah, the what I used to have the so at the snipper that is kid it don't and hata hotel I see the Ecuador a job by the especially communities, chapters, remote areas. Like for my area, there's a Navajo mountain, not just on Oljeto, between Oljeto and not just on Hawanda. Then Hawanda, basically, Danes and Todens and what that the other bands is Keso. Yes, not the pleasure, better on this. So what I bands is Keso. So I think what I passion now, one that the whole discodo or Hazobe. Hazobe, a kid, Zokagi, hot end, about end the Kodoi, you can honest it. I don't label it at I don't label it at it. What I think Kodota in Nation Radam, best as an it loan at an it loan. She would have a label at best how ne, a could be it over what I sit with Kate Halenico. Because 257-21, what's that? It didn't get enough votes. Because amendment be held with the other that. I got the with the other legislation 87 could also mark present.
Honorable Daniels, you still there? Honorable Daniels. Honorable Daniels going twice. Honorable Daniels going 3 times. With that, let me go ahead and go back, as indicated, back to the sponsor at this time. I know that there was a couple of questions from each one of the members of the Naabik'íyáti committee. So, Honorable Freeland, at this time, you and your team, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Shanata, colleagues and staff, again, questions by Honorable Vince James, as well as Honorable Jimmy O'Hare and Madam Chair Charles Newton, and then Mr. Daniels, who we lost just not too long ago. Speaker and Shanata, I'm going to go ahead and ask for Mr. Paulson Chaco to elaborate a little bit about some of the questions that were asked.
Mr. Paulson Chaco. Mr. Chaco? Chief. I had to press *6. Mr. Paulson Chaco. I don't know, feeling looks like Mr. Chaco is not online.
Okay. I don't know if we have any division directors on the line.
Delegate Freeland, I can try to answer. This is Tom.
Go ahead, Tom. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee. One of the things that I think we need to kind of clarify, it'll be just a recommendation, Mr. Speaker, is the public input that Delegate Charles Newton is referring to, I think is replicating the model that was done under Citizen. Because I remember when Citizen was done, they held those public hearings. That was a requirement from the Citizen legislation. But when you look at the enabling legislation for the ARPA funding, there were no public hearing requirements in that legislation. You also kind of have to think that it's like the counties and the states, they allocated ARPA funds, but they didn't hold public hearings. And I believe that was because they knew that they had to get the funding approved and started into projects. And so if the provisions for public hearings have been put in the CJY 41-21, then those should have been complied to. The other part that just my observation from this is that $1.07 billion that's left is like 6 years of the general funds budget. When the general funds appropriations are made every year, it doesn't address all the needs of the Navajo Nation. There's only a certain amount of funding that's in there. So I can understand and appreciate the need for delegates to put as many projects as they can in there, but based on the original allocation of the hardship money, that really reduced the amount that was available. And so council might want to consider how to reconcile it seems like there's a desire to hold public hearings. If that was the case, perhaps it should have been included in the enabling legislation for the ARPA funding. Just an observation, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't know if we have any other division directors who want to respond as well. I can't see who's all on.
Delegate Freeland, Speaker. I can respond to Vince James, Delegate Vince James.
Go ahead, Dr. Yellowman.
Delegate James, thank you for your questions and comments. You did ask a similar question on February 22nd at Twin Arrows, and I provided the same response, that the portal has been open and that the chapters have been in communication with DCD on trying to either gather additional information or to enter additional information on their project listings. I do have your listings in front, and just respectfully speaking, Speaker, maybe a report or additional information from the Controller's Office. I don't know if my colleague, Mr. Platero, can assist, but there were proposed expenditures. And from those proposed expenditures, there were project listings under each of those expenditures. And expenditure 1 was broadband, water, wastewater, power and electricity, housing, and bathroom. Those were the projects that we put in expenditure bill 1 that resulted in 251. There was another expenditure, expenditure number 4, and that was proposed at around 200 million for hardship, but that proposed expenditure bill 1 became expenditure 1 and was signed into law at $557 million for hardship. So when the question becomes, what happened to my project? Some projects would have been considered under expenditure bill number 2, which was the proposed allocation to chapters at $2 million. The total for expenditure bill number 2 was the $220 million. And now we're looking at over $550 million and possibly more to hardship. So there's kind of some history and allocations that have been made that may make some projects difficult or challenging to achieve fiscally. The projects in 257 were completely deleted, so that there was language in there for projects. There is a page in one of the tabs there that I can send a screenshot. I'm having some trouble finding the exact page number, but there is a compilation of all 24 delegates. The total submission in the DCD portal at 558 projects. The number of projects that were in 257 from those 558 projects was 62. The number of projects that were need-based in 257 was 186. The number of projects in 209-21 was 4. The number of projects in IHS and incoming IHS SDS listing is a combined total of 43 plus 28 projects. The number of projects that were in defunded CARES Act projects is 4. Those were the numbers represented from the 558 projects submitted to DCD that would have been reflective in either 257 or IHS or defunded CARES Act. And then again, there would have been some additional dialogue had Bill 2 or Bill 3 been considered. So I can pass that information on to Delegate Vince James. As for the other comments, I did provide a response. I was called a liar. So I would ask the council and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council that that language does not garner any type of unity or collaboration. And actually, it's not the first time we've been called names. We've been called post hole diggers. We've been called minions. We've been called liars. And we still stand before you providing information. So I'll provide the remaining information in writing, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yeoman. With that, let me go back to you, Ms. Does that conclude your response?
Yes, Speaker, it does. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, thank you. With that, colleagues, again, the time now is 1:40 p.m. In lieu of time, colleagues, just a reminder to you as well, we still have not started in on our second legislation. With that, let me go. I do have Honorable Daniels after Honorable Eugene. So Honorable Daniels, I'll put you back in there after Honorable Eugene. So Honorable Eugene, go ahead. The floor is yours, and then I'll turn it over to Honorable Daniels. Honorable Eugene,
Everybody had every day, no shit. All day at the snow. I don't think what this. Now the next Naabik'íyáti committee. I think all the head up on that's all. It out of yes. It out now for Sunday that's over. And they so hard to get it in because this. So, you can rein that or basically you only argue. It had all cut up in that all. But that's maybe in a thought now, basically to hold ya. That's some old other course into this is never to hold ya. It out on me. But I need another basically next year type and that's easy to hold ya. And the things that you said about his either of so hold his little queen, so many thousand more that were not given to the people. Instead, we're going to put it out there. If either based another don't need to hold you. It seems about hot next up. I had a caution hard at the whole. Yes, I heard that it no reality. As about another that needed a hole. That I mean, hot is on check on test key. I got the whole listen to. That's another no early like this car or another hot key. It's not as high, but that means what all the. Really don't care. So tired of now. I am half on the need even. I had asked it to the cost. You call the whole in the way. I need another place of go. Run Penny, but I don't see the cost Penny. I should the Penny. They all think here. I lay with a husband dog. In that place. 80. Now, you see there what it on that and so on. And this at the chapter project part actually at that. So you see what all the money should go to the way I think is for the people. So all the those is all over so because I can see a lot of houses in needs. It really needs repairs. Those are not on the chapter projects. There's a lot of houses that already need electricity and also water. That is all being done. Yeah, I got the 104 just when you're 22. I still didn't now we some of us still live in the dirt world. Those are the people we should be really considering. Go out on it at all the jelly that had the coverage that the other than that the just base of what is article. But I say the biology is not real. It could all has an other chapter, other division, other president, and that. Why don't we all just next week? Starting this week all the way to next week, go out there and check out all these houses within our district, see how many needs repairs, how many needs water, electricity, who needs a house. Why don't we do that? And bring all that back and put it in numbers and then approve the money for that. But I think no, very clear the space. So the question is, Allah, I should need to Allah. What are at the corner? Now, later, how far double that? Those are where should these money be going? Not missing one of them. Not missing one of any one house. But what is and that never cut in there, and that never went out all this. Appreciate using Hanet now, one that is there. The electrical, the army, what the other toilet, the other things, in fact, let all do its own station, she has now basis of Nagi, because that's a hit off. And she has shit all it is, and so state to buy it at the Ita na nan lini ekina yi naskai. Arinda penna eta. Ko te ya hot ashapan to skish. I would like to challenge every one of you to go out to every house in which needs what. Maybe the speaker can make some application. Give it all to us and let's all go out and see all these houses. Who needs house? Who needs electricity? Who needs water? Broadband. And then after that, after we put all these houses and renovate all these houses, I think we should do that. I would really challenge you guys. Let's do it. That the speaker would come up with an application, what we need to ask these people and what we see out there, put it all down on paper and bring them all back to the speaker's office and then get another legislation going. Those should be the one that's where the money should be going. All down this, because we can't go on forever without looking at these people's houses. Yeah, on for the basic part of his talk. The Christian also, that I should say, I still want to challenge the student council to come up with an application. Let's go all out and see how many houses we need out there and how many repairs we need to do, starting with the electrical water line, even the restroom. I want all of that. See how many windows and all the doors we can buy, nails, etc. That would be really doing something for the people. They don't need never cut each shit of this. All his advertise on next 10 years, so never cut each shit. Here's the money right now. Let's do it. That will be my directive speaker for all of us. Let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you. That, let me go ahead and go back to Honorable Daniels. Honorable Daniels, floor yours.
There, thank you very much. Yeah, I don't know I asked Kiko. I just say yes, Tina, but I don't rate them. This has been to a year and a rate could have been your chances. Saturday, the more yes, went out. I had a meeting with the 4 chapters, the 4 leaders, chapter leadership in Leniki, Leniki. I don't know, at the same that we invited Delegate Freeland, Delegate Crotty to our meeting with all. They did their presentation on both legislations. So he was could on a great could on a great on that desk kick with all. So I husband where which way my vote will be is going to go. Yeah, my husband I'll be waiting for their resolutions, the local chapter resolutions, the local. So if you will get the chapter, it's not on this. If you will get I don't know on it, it's not on this. Measure so yeah, it's kind of go not really, but on that side on the man later that Eddie button the house. Toy button the house completely. So it is also a street or let's go to cut away or not a deal kit or not. I could go big is a deal kit and we do yash one the coto. I don't know coto down. So my busy banana has $6. I don't know if you night the kit or let's go to other quick night the kit as but it could also in kit half the lakoto. So I don't know the koto the Shanala koto you have the lokoto. They'll get huge. So I go, yeah, about when they know, I call issue about, I mean, what is it? Not on it, I don't learn British cut on a codo, better and the Zeta hotel air the level the well, this level. So this is on net or let's go on a great so this legislation. They're going to go before Naabik'íyáti and on the special sessions, about 8 little go out of saying was it the Queen Anne all class. So I the well this could but how do you see where the kid need I see what I can't easy zona do lesson so do khaban sas ke se ko do dan sunat a shenigi so da it do da be ke so ka ge and ba ko do of course social and just do I had e ko do in konta ho yasan halana ko of course any ba has they get a ko do this legislation go be not legal housing da do housing do to ya da do lo housing do be chi ba da do ita aro kujido hanana some of the legislation be la sit leo e se ko do na ga da a hona do ni housing bo na da no ko ya ke e sin halana ko do ba ko do da do ne se ke e a te ko je so ti de ka ko do da kilo be da do ne aro some be ki se ko do na ga chapter sin da na an na ga da community development as ko do should ko do doctor element a bananas and is nettleless just what of course he's going to be working with chapters of Stokato so is he has or nana because now era or yeah they shall credit one another so that she had blood or this add in that but today project that one this other nana quite whole just construction season start that cut because the now hal zistolles but the scars eta in the sense for honado mexico a queban just carefully so that is the good of there so the one so has $3 go so thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniel. That, colleagues, are there any other comments or questions at this time?
Speaker, Delegate Otto.
Honorable Otto, and then who else today? I heard another member.
Speaker Thomas Walker.
Yes, Vice Chair Walker. I will put you in the queue with that. Honorable Otto, then Vice Chair Walker. Honorable Otto, floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and I've been off and on the call this morning when the work session started. I had a meeting relating to the San Juan Southern Paiute Treaty issue back home, chapters and the chapter in the Department of Justice. But moving along, I know that legislation 0086-22 has been presented, and I'm assuming that nothing has changed on what what document I received from the President's office. But looking at some of these things, I think there's areas where we can align, such as housing, such as the veterans housing, the electrical connection, broadband, and it's a set amount. It doesn't have any change or anything. Those dollars that where we can agree upon, I think, will spark conversation of what is my area getting. And I always tell this body that, you know, earlier what was referenced is that some of you guys represent one chapter, 2, 3, and there's a reason for that. And I don't know how to say this again. It was based off of population, and I think that should be a lot of what the funding should be disseminated off of. And what I'm getting to is that the legislation such as the bathroom additions, the manufacturing, the veterans home, new housing,
the electric capacity, the home electric connection, the broadband. I think those we can move forth in the current law, utilizing the 50-50 formula, so that we know that the chapters will receive a certain portion based off of their the 50-50 formula. One half is equal distributed between the chapters, all the chapters. The remaining half is based off of the registered voters. And I think those there we could move forth to try to align ourselves and allow the program to hold those dollars for the chapters to get name listings, so that the programs can move forth to actually build those homes. And you have the adequate formula, the adequate funding going into that chapter region based off of what the current law says, and that is, how can I say, feasible. And that's the law now. I do agree that legislation 257 in the original form was at a sliding scale, and but I think there we can move these dollars that we agree upon. I would like to indicate also is that economic development, we have about $45 million, 45.4 million going into economic development. And then upon that, there's projects that are slated to be funded, such as the Shiprock Visitor Center, the Economic Development Tourism Centers, the Church Rock Industry, and so forth. And I think industrial water line, Black Mesa, Cow Spring, and Sayet cleanup. So what I'm getting to is that I think there's some areas we really need to get down to the nitty gritty on how these dollars are going to be spend it, because this morning I had a conversation with a couple of business people in Tuba City. Does the ARPA plan have help for the business community, that they're going to infuse dollars into the business community? And my response was that I got the document that where the administration wants to spend $1,070,298,867. And out of that, I said, I haven't seen the economic development proposal, how they're going to slate to utilize the 45.4 million for those projects. I don't know if the administration has thought of the business community. And then also is the artisans. And then the other, you have these listings, and the issue of how they're going to be utilizing these dollars is something that I really want to look at. I know that we have documents in the legislation, but it's very vague. Like the public safety and rural addressing, that's something that we can agree all upon, and maybe we can move those legislations that we agree upon first. We can appropriate those dollars so that we go ahead and move those monies forward. The other areas that need further discussion can continue to have this discussion to move forward. And but I had a brief, I had a conversation with my chapter relating to this particular legislation. And I did ask the same thing again. So the information that you have submitted in the portal, what type of information do you have from the administration to say that these are within this legislation. The only thing that I could look at for my region is the chapter distribution of $745,000. That's solely going to the chapter. Other than that, like the wellness centers, where those wellness centers are going to be built, how much is it going to cost? The senior citizen building and on Department of Health. I think that's what we really need to look at. And I saw the warehouse, $5 million. As Tuba City chapter, I said, during the CARES Act, Tuba City chapter paid for the tent rentals, tried to ask for reimbursement from the nation on the tent rental because they utilize those rentals for the hub for Western Agency for the distribution sites. But yet to this day, they have not been reimbursed. I understand there's some sort of movement inside FEMA, but I don't know where they're really at because we don't get a quarterly update on this is how far the process of the reimbursement is. And I asked the chapter, did you guys submit documents? And I think, Mr. Speaker, we could align on some of the things that I am talking about, and we could pull those items off this list and get a legislation moving so that we can go ahead and move those legislation forward. That items that we that is being agreed upon. Because I was listening to Honorable Charles Newton's statement earlier, and relating to if the people were informed and so forth, and I really thought about that. And I think that's one. We really need to get some sort of communication line going. The other is, I think, Mr. Speaker, we need to move forward with new policies. How Congress used to have fund pet projects for regions and so forth, and they had a bill that they passed that eliminated, I believe, they call it pork spending. So I think we need to come up with sort of a legislation pertaining to that, because that way, when a plan is brought forth, we just say, okay, we're just allocating money for broadband, and the logistic is given to the administration and to the professionals that work in that profession. And because when you look at waterline projects and upgrades and broadband, the areas pertaining to the community growth of economic development, they will pretty much benefit off of it, because forms of taxes. So the economic development portion, what is the estimated tax dollars that will be generated, not off of ARPA, but future collection? Like if the visitor center at Shiprock was built, according to this list, $8.7 million. What is the projected outcome for a revenue generating for the nation, so that the Church Rock Industrial Water Line. That's an economic development proposal, but because, for instance, we have infused $20 million into this building in Church Rock, and I don't think the tax revenue to recoup some of these dollars that we have appropriated through CHIS, and will not be recouped. We won't recoup those dollars until maybe 2050. And one area on economic development is that the Black Mesa Cal Springs Sayet cleanup. Why just concentrate in that area? There's cleanup that needs to happen, like in Shiprock, the old Bonds True Value place. Cuba City trading, the old Vans trading post down in Curly Valley within Coal Mine Chapter. And then you have the areas that need to be cleaned up that economic development has slated. And this, this cleanup portion, 1.6 million, is only geared into one area. And I'm sure there's other cleanup that's needed in areas such as Eastern, Honorable Freeland's Crown Point area. There's buildings there and that could be truly slated for economic development, but cleanup needs to happen. Why are we concentrating in this area? Do we have a business person lined up to move into Black Mesa Trade, the old Black Mesa Trading Post? Or is Sayet cleanup going to move forth for, we have a vendor that's going to build there? But along those lines, Mr. Speaker, I think this work session will shed a lot of light to this legislation. And again, I just would like to indicate that if we all align on veteran housing and new housing in the manufacturing and bathroom additions, the broadband, and maybe public safety, cybersecurity, and number 3, the chapter. Let's go ahead and pull those out and move forth a legislation that we know that we all agree that we all vote green on that, and we can push it through. But with these dollars pertaining to housing, it affects every community. And I think with those, maybe just utilizing the 50-50 formula and instructing language that those dollars will be utilized to the housing discretionary policy for housing. And I believe there's a cap on that. And we really need to have clarity in some of these. Home. I know that I saw a list indicating for home electric connection, and they have numbers for each region of the delegate region. I've seen that too. But what I'm getting to is that let's move forward some of these items that we all agree upon, and move that through. Maybe this legislation, if Honorable Freeland is willing to to entertain an amendment to take off some of the items from 1 to 15 and move that legislation forth on what we agree upon, I think that will have a better outcome, because the work in progress for this proposal, and but the idea is, how do we get the dollars out there a lot sooner? I really want to hear both sides of this legislation, and just looking at this is just my recommendation on this, and and then also justifying economic development for the waterline extensions and the Twin Lake wells and things. What is the justification for those over there? Because I'm going to tell you, the Twin Lake wells, water wells, is it because of the existing wells are too small? Because you have a Gallup waterline project that's going through there that's going to supply tremendous amount of water. And if Gallup waterline project's going to supply water there. Why don't we put that 500,000 to a tap-off portion to the main Gallup water line project, so that we know that there will be adequate water supply for that community, whether it's going to be for economic development and domestic use. And the breakdown on the economic development tourism of the 16 million. Just through the grapevines, I hear that they're going to fund a hotel. I don't know. A hotel may be funded through that for this project. And where is that hotel going to be built? So those are just some of my thoughts, and I guess the planning of the expenditures of these dollars is something that I would like to see a little bit more to be brought up. And then I'm going to pick up my package and wonder up pertaining to this work session, so I can further continue to dissect this, because yesterday I had my chapter meeting and I did indicate that the original legislation of 20257-22, the legislation fell, and it was at a sliding scale, and an amendment was made to even out the even out the dollars into the region, delegate region. But the original form was what was wanted, but the original form really cut out a lot of the funds where the main hubs are at. And what I'm getting to is that these dollars there, the infrastructures are crumbling there, and that will a better economic planning on that would at least suffice to bring in additional tax dollars, because for areas that have economic growth. What is the projection? I believe there is a elderly living center that has been somewhere in this project here, but in this legislation. But what I'm getting to is that the number that I got was that it will bring in about $5 million in sales tax revenues if that facility is built. And at the same time, it will produce 80 jobs. It will put 80 people to work. The divisions. I really appreciate the breakdown and the synopsis of what is being provided. But and I don't beat around the bush and say, oh, I'm just gonna go ahead and follow this legislation, because our job is to try to provide that service there where the service is needed, and the strategy of economic development. But if funds are not going to be put into areas where economic development is going to be considered, we're not going to be making tax revenues off of this. I know that when these projects start, tax revenues will be utilized on the construction base and so forth of these facilities. But like the hotel, I do support those, because that's some sort of a revenue generating through the sales tax. But we need to make sure that the Navajo Nation is in control of the facility, because not a Navajo Nation entity, but we're just granting monies away. But how do we grant these monies so that it will benefit the Navajo people and the Navajo government? We have a travel enterprise called Navajo Hospitality Enterprise. They should be in the lead front for these hotels across Navajo. There's a hotel that's going to be built in Chanto, and La Quinta is going to be moving in. And 8 peso, it tells that the building will not be the Navajo Nation. Even without open, where can we align to try to get certain items from 1 to 15 and amend this legislation to strike out some of the areas and then have another discussion on what we have stricken out? Like hardship assistance, we know that there's a shortfall. Let's get it through. That way, the nation can continue to move forth with business. Division directors, thank you for your presentation, and that's just some that I just would like to say that part of my 2 cents that I would like to put in on this legislation. I'm glad that Honorable Freeland has introduced this legislation, and it really gives you the thought of how the dollars are going to be utilized at each division because of the need that is needed out there.
Thank you very much, Roboto. So we'll go ahead and go on down to Vice Chair Walker at this time. Vice Chair?
Yes, Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, again.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Naabik'íyáti Committee, Yateho, Kekwe, Shaho Agi, and everyone that's providing assistance and guidance to the committee here today on this very, very important work session. From the various offices, divisions, and the branches of our government. Committee members, the chairman of the committee, Speaker, out of the listening audience, also the chapters, our people, our relatives, our constituents. I will be brief in my comments here. Over the weekend, it was mentioned that there was a work session for 4 chapters of Western Agency, the chapters of Chato, Zapikin, or Jito, Ada, Ado, Natsando, Ada, Tasanada. They met over the weekend, full day, the leadership and guidance of Honorable Herman Daniels. At that meeting, what's on the agenda today, that's what the meeting was over. That's what the discussion was focused on. Legislation 0086 to 0087. The 2, one after another, are presented by the sponsoring delegates, Honorable Freeland, Honorable Crowdy. I invited myself to that work session because I wanted that opportunity to listen carefully, uninterrupted. And Division Director Dr. Yellman was also there providing support and assistance also. As well as delegates, another delegate, Wilson Stewart, So, I expected today again to listen to both legislations, either with my colleagues and the speaker and everyone that's part of the executive and legislative branch and have a full, discussion. So we're doing that, but we're still waiting for the next legislation to be presented. I can tell you that based on Saturday's experience, it will give you a really good perspective, a real good view on the differences. The contrast, it's there, certainly. Although it also leads you to think, how can there be similarities? How can one, the legislation, the expenditures, how can that cross over into the other legislation? It kind of gives you that, leads you down that path to feel that way. Although at the beginning of this work session, speaker, when he introduced the purpose of the work session, he mentioned their merger, possible merging. That was mentioned at Saturday's work session also by chapter leaders. Simply the question was, why can't you merge the two? Is that possible? Is that reasonably, logically possible? Why can't that happen? It's intended to help the people, and intended to help all Navajos to recover from this pandemic. That's kind of stuck in my mind. I don't know if it's feasible, doable, how complicated it may get. I certainly don't want to complicate this any further, but I do think a third option would be to look at that. How can the combination, if not a merger, but combination, then what my son Otto Delegate So mentioned, Ada, that has merit, has a lot of merit. The things that we agree on, things that we know, that funding, things that we all agree to. Ada, like in waves or phases. So that all entails different options, different viewpoints, and question and answers, disagreements certainly, but that's the ingredients, towards decision making. Chairman of the Naabik'íyáti, speaker, certainly when one of these legislations make it to the council floor or the Naabik'íyáti committee official meeting, we can entertain some of these ideas that we're discussing now. But I would like to ask respectfully, speaker, that yourself and staff, OLC, DOJ, start looking at the possible combination or merger, in your words, merge, possibility. What would that look like? I think we owe it to the Navajo people to explore all options. Even if they're complicated or simple and practical, nonetheless, we owe it to our people to make sure we explored all options, all avenues, all pathways to undertake this humongous historical task of making this legislation pass, making it a law. OPVP, Honorable President, Vice President, no senigin sito jilka nature chochota yadil ki ko itnet in shipat na has right ani kota koti halit hashit eshi belkendi ka nigi ilsa large nigi shizoshliat kota ado kone egi sao ada ki na lada ji to ta to zo nigi so I think it's a reasonable viewpoint, a reasonable request, because Saturday, one of our chapter officials just picked up right off and said, okay, why can't this happen? Can this happen? So no. So after presentation of two legislations, on face value, these are two very different legislations. They're going almost in different directions, and that's the problem that I think we have here. It's like picking one over the other. It's like you're taking a different direction. We all want to be on the same path, the same roadway to recovery from the pandemic. And I appreciate the time given here this morning to speak, or this afternoon. I say, I too have to report back to the chapters today. Those chapter planning meetings also start up again. So I'd like to give a quick report on leaders working together, finding that solution, finding common ground, and so forth. And that in the schlichtung so Canada did adonanata I see best a competition he's a basis tea that during times when there's great, we're still in this public health crises. There's still people getting affected, and people, some are not recovered, some are still dealing with COVID even after a year. I have constituents calling me, telling me we're still dealing with COVID even though it's been over a year now. But no, I see that now the nation, there should be nothing. So Naabik'íyáti committee. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Walker. With that, Vice Chair Walker, let me go ahead and go back to the floor at this time. Are there any other further comments or questions, colleagues, before we go on to the next presentation? Again, just mind time now is 2:30. We do have another presentation. Colleagues, I did hear your recommendation to Honorable Vice Chair Walker, and that's something that can be considered to the Speaker's office, putting together a couple of those different options. If there's no comments or questions, though, I can turn it back over to the sponsor at this time, because I know that there was questions directly to Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues and staff. Honorable Herman Daniels, Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Thomas Walker, Honorable Otto So. Thank you for those comments and questions. Something very amenable to consider as related to what Honorable Otto So mentioned, and that's definitely something we need to consider as well. We just got to get this money out and got to get these projects started as well. And, something I'll definitely give some consideration and thought to. So, I definitely appreciate that. Mr. Tom Platero, if I could have you respond to the rest of them.
Mr. Speaker, may I respond?
Yes, go ahead, Tom. You are good to go.
I think when it comes down to it is we're running out of time. And so no matter which way council goes, so it we just need to somehow get to a plan. As far as Delegate So's questions on ARPA infusion into businesses, he is correct that in the beginning it will do that. But one thing that council should be aware of is all of the projects that they're recommending has to be declared eligible for ARPA funding. AI CJY 4121 be a budget and finance a legislation. So all of these projects that council is considering, we need to make sure that it follows those eligibility determination. There is a review that's done by DOJ, and some of the ones that have gone through were declared as not eligible. And a certain percentage of them, I would say around 40% or so, were returned for additional justifications. And if it wasn't justified by the second one, then that proposal is taken out of the equation. As far as Delegate So's question on where are the projects, we'll get back together and see if we can facilitate the answer to that. On the 50-50 discretionary funds for housing distribution, again, that has to have a plan that's written and then approved by DOJ. All of the fund management plans, or all of the plans that are part of 86, have all been reviewed and declared eligible. So they've completed that process. We are at the ARPA office now getting all different requests to get the projects through. I just received emails during this presentation of we want to route it through your office, but please be mindful that there are 5 categories. The first one is the tribal programs, and then there are 2 categories for chapters. There's a process that's there for the certified chapters, and there's a process there for the non-certified chapters. Then the next ones are tribal entities and then external entities. Each one of those follows the basic path, but there's different forms that need to be filled out. So chapter gay, those are going to be recommended by the chapters based on the forms that were approved by budget and finance. Those need to go through community development. Any of the others, those can go through a branch chief or any of the division directors. That was a process that was set up and approved by budget and finance. So everybody needs to follow that formula. Otto So's agreement, or Otto So's comment about everyone agreeing. I think that's what this work session is to try to find a middle ground for everybody. But when it comes down to it, we need some sort of approval. Everybody's kind of waiting around for council to make a recommendation and president to sign it into law. On Mr. Walker's recommendation for third option, that directive was given to legislative and also to executive. So I believe it's at the leadership level. So we will wait and see where that goes. And we appreciate his comment on support to coming to consensus on this, on whatever process is finally agreed to. But we do need to get something through so that we can get these projects going. And then Mr. Freeling, thank you for sponsoring this legislation and trying to get an approved expenditure plan because everybody's waiting for the projects to begin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hello. Yeah.
Thank you very much. With that, Honorable Freeland, does that conclude your response?
Yes, Speaker, it does, and I was muted. Thank you.
Thank you. That, let me go ahead and move on down. I do have Chairman Rick Nez in the queue.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Aroshnant Anna Seneki Bishbasa Anna. Honorable Mark Freeland Satsilla. Ehedo Kro Disa de Danadit Ahe. Hitahonin so 0086-22. I know that some of us already attended planning meetings yesterday and some this morning. Even not got the name Hilna Hasta O Sar Jedaho Nail Oba Sah non Hilnail and that and Enigi. We need to spend that money. You guys need to spend that money. Oh, what I hit then Hisna. You don't need it, Dana. Let just not ain't it, no. You had Naabik'íyáti. I think that's how lawmakers do their job. But we listen to each other and we put our input in. Share with Allah on Sunday, based on the information that we receive from staff, Navajo Nation departments. I don't care, Dr. Yellowman, what any get on his chapters, because none of the staff, but and Mr. Chaco, I say, and the door La Nils. So, Doshin Hisyat, Doshin Hisbest, Ada, the lesson, the Bitchin Hall, we're headed that direction where we're going to have to approve it. One or the other. Either Honorable Freeland's legislation or Honorable Crotty's legislation, or the recommendations are merged. Don't that sounds good to me. I sick at Asana Hedan Hisna. Onhana Nathan Sina Shadan Hisna chapters. The chapters Yoda they have a lot of good information, ideas. Yo yada Hans and Sayo yada Haya. We have some wise chapter officials out there that are willing to really help us spend this money. And I believe they're responsible. I don't hear how it's going to take a little bit more time, but we need to get to a solution here. This is the only time that we're ever going to get probably a little over $1 billion. Maybe that's why it's taken this long. It has been they need to. And it'll just take communication with our local chapters, our local chapter officials. That's what we do as delegates. We are there for them, with them. Even I chapter officials. Legislation be had a deal 2 years is Lee. Partners they don't have to attend meetings, or they can hybrid meetings. They miss the normalcy of how we used to conduct chapter meetings at the local level and our participation there. I mean, we're finally getting out of it, which is a good sign. We're going to get back to normal. It's we just all have to be respectful and say, okay, they what I answer case lesson and Tajo hat Alins and Lashe Winson and then get a bit. It's okay with me. But somewhere we're going to have to make a decision and spend this money. It'll be sad that it less. We'll have some red votes here and there, but still, we're going to have to spend this money. And I'm willing to listen now to legislation 0087-22. Koroshamayas, the legislation she bought El Kitchindo Leto, Ajahi Inada Nido Leto. Thank you. Back to you, Speaker.
Thank you very much with that. Any other comments, questions, colleagues? I don't have anybody in the queue at this time.
Delegate James here, another speaker.
James, floor is yours.
Yeah, no, thank you. And then I also want to thank Shana, Honorable Mark Freeland, even though you didn't respond to any of my questions, but thank you. And then Shema, Dr. Yellerman, thank you for that information. Although Kodo, in regards to the chapters, Kodo 745,000 for the chapters. In regards to projects, what can they spend on with that 745,000? Although portal or we're going to do it in a different route until the legislation is approved. Nana, Shina, brother, Honorable Mark Freeland, Kodol, the external funds that each branch received, if it's not used, when will that be returned? Or the reason why I asked this question is because programs are asking for more funds. I'm not sure if Budget Finance knows this information, if they've been receiving reports from it, but I'm asking you directly, or I don't know if you would refer this question over to Shanale, Mr. Cordell Shorty at OMB, or maybe better yet, our legal counsel, Dana. That would be a question that I have as well. And then another legal question that I would like to raise to legal counsel is, can we approve both legislation at the same time? From my thought, I don't think we can, because we'll be overexpending the funds, but I believe we have individuals that are online that are making those kind of questions. And my last question is, again, it wasn't answered. So in this legislation, how many projects overall can you give us numbers per delegate that will fund the delegate regions? If you cannot provide an answer of numbers, my second request would be, can you give us numbers by projects, by agencies that are within this legislation? I think that is very beneficial for all of us to know. And since it's a work session, I'm asking these questions. Again, thank you, Sonali Speaker.
Thank you. That Honorable Vince James. That, let me go ahead and go back to Honorable Freeland.
Speaker, committee members, Honorable Vince James. I apologize if I didn't answer your questions, but in regards to your question related to the external funds, I think that's really a question for OMB. Well, I don't know if Mr. Platero could answer that. And then related to the 745, the 745 pertains really to chapter projects and chapter projects and usage under one of the 66 categories as described by the U.S. Department of Treasury. Keep in mind, Shana, that those projects, the other projects within your region are separate. So you do have additional projects on that, which should be listed in the legislation. But as far as breaking it up, I think that would probably be a comment or a question for Division Community Development. So I'm going to start with Mr. Platero if I can, Shata, and then Dr. Yellowman. Thank you. Chairman Riquinez, thank you very much for your comments as well.
Thank you. With that, let me go ahead and go back to, I guess, Mr. Platero.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, the language for the 745,000 amounting to 81,950,000 for the 110 chapters can be found on page 6 to 13 of the legislation, proposed legislation 0086. It does provide the outline of the procedure in there. It does provide definitions on construction ready. It does develop a system to be obligated by June 30th, 2024, fully expended by June 30th, 2026. It does provide a determination process through DOJ. It does say within 45 days after the enactment of this legislation, each chapter shall submit the following to the Division of Community Development through the DCDC portal. It outlines that if a chapter misses the 45-day deadline and fails to submit the required projects list, then it provides the procedure for that. And so all of that's outlined within page 6 to 13 of the proposed legislation. And I believe Dr. Yellowman can provide more information, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, Dr. Yellowman.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor, Speaker, and members of the 24th Nomination Council. Thank you. Thank you to all of our delegates for your comments and questions and concerns. Delegate Vince James, on going back to your question, one of the learning or lessons learned from 257 is the amount of projects that were submitted and listed. And I know 8622 is a lengthy legislation at a little over 500 pages. But one of the goals that we're trying to make or transition with our portal, we are revising the portal, or it's under construction right now, so that the chapters that are submitting or already have submitted their projects, along with their water projects or power line projects, can be generated in a easier report to read. I felt like the 257 was lengthy, and if you wanted to read something, you had to sift through all of those pages of tabs. And Delegate James, I just sent you another long list of tabs that were represented in 257 of where the chapter projects were listed, either in those projects or in the SDS listing. We intend to make the portal a little bit more easier to generate a report that's easier to read. That being said, the 745,000 is intended to address some of the chapter projects that can be considered for at their decision-making level, at the chapter level. Some of the intent or some of the concerns that we heard from the chapters is, can we hire PEP workers? Can we do additional assessments? Can we do housewiring assessments? So in response, we encourage that chapters explore or look at how they can expand some of their local workforce through the PEP program. I think we also know that there's still the listing of projects that would have been in Expenditure Bill 2. These are the chapter projects that were submitted in the DCD portal, which can be considered. Also at the chapter level, there's a significant amount of need that the chapters can provide. If you look at page 7 that Anidia, Mr. Platero pointed out, page 7 of 3, it's letter H, 1 through all the way down to 13. There's language in there on the chapter expenditure plan. And this is really important because the chapters will have a big role here moving forward. There's dates here that give in the legislation the expenditure date, the encumbrance date, similar to the CARES Act. Some of these projects, they need to be in use. They need to be in complete construction. And also the compliance side, there's language, or there needs to be a supporting language that the chapters will be working on these use of funds that are compliant with the federal use and Navajo Nation use. So that's all on page 7 of 33 in this legislation. There's also language that in terms of not duplicating what the SDS funds have been approved for, we do want to hold, respectfully saying, we want to hold IHS responsible in a way of them completing their funds and their project listing. But that being said, we've been meeting with IHS, and we need a significant amount of coordination to complete those listings as well. So that you can find on page 8, 7 and 8 of page 33 in the legislation. There's also some language as to how both the certified and non-certified chapters will be addressed, and the submission of the application Appendix A, where I want to circle back to DCD. We've been making some upgrades to the Appendix A submission and how we will be working with the ARPA office on receiving those Appendix A submissions. Some submissions and projects have already gone through the DOJ review process and have been deemed eligible. And remember, you under BFS 31-21, you only get 2 opportunities to make those changes on your Appendix A. So we anticipate that we'll have to do a lot of training with the chapters on the Appendix A submission, and make sure that the chapters are knowledgeable. And many chapters have been submitting the Appendix A application through DCD and through the ARPA office. So Delegate James, I hope I captured your question there, and I'm still listening in. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, Honorable Freeland, any other further response? Honorable Freeland?
Speaker, can I add one thing?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. So back to Delegate Vince James' comments. So we do have the listing we do have the housing proposal, and in the housing proposal that is divided by 110 chapters. So we do, again, we have not opened a housing portal, but by working with the chapters, the funds will be appropriated or allocated by 110 chapters. So we'll be working with the chapter. So the listing for the housing can be made available. I know the delegates have asked for names. I think there's some indication from DOJ that there's some protection of names. So we want to be careful with how we proceed on that. But we can definitely demonstrate the need and number of individuals who may qualify or be eligible for new housing or some type of housing assistance. The other is NTUA. They will be served as a subrecipient and not a direct and not receive direct funding. And that's based on some of the comments we received the last couple of months from the leadership meetings. But that being said, they do have a breakdown of the electrical and water need by delegate region, along with what Delegate Freeland had mentioned earlier, the need to address the regional projects. I know NTUA did share a map of how important it is as these regional projects can provide either water projects or electrical projects to underserved areas on the Navajo Nation. And so NTUA has worked on that. And I believe Mr. Platero, who's online, can speak a little bit more as to how the broadband can be broken down into the 24 delegate region. And then of course we have the bathroom listing. The bathroom listing is comes with a tremendous amount of data and a tremendous amount of names. We have a little over 4,700 names, but that also can be made available, being sensitive to the information that we have of those families. But again, for housing, it's a little bit different because the construction assessments require information on the type of structure the individual is living in. And that can't be done until the assessment team goes out there and determines the type of materials and supplies needed for those individual homes. But as of today, we have a little over 4,700 names throughout Navajo Nation for bathroom additions. And that's also due to all of the chapters submitting information for their communities on the bathroom need. So I know Delegate James and delegates have asked about a certain type of listing for their specific areas. So I just want to point that out, Speaker, that those are forthcoming and being made available. Thank you.
Thank you. That colleagues, again, I don't have anybody else in the queue, so any other further comments or questions?
Sure.
We do have another legislation too as well. Hello?
Mr. Speaker, Otto So.
Yes, Honorable Otto So, floor is yours.
I think colleagues, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, in this work session, I think that to speak about the SDS is really not relevant yet, because the SDS is subjected to Indian Health Services policies. And that will be determined by Indian Health Services according to their scoring system that they have. And they will be making that determination based off of the 121 policies, the Public Law 86-121 policies for funding projects. The Navajo Nation does not have a leeway to say fund this project. Indian Health Services funds projects based off of a scoring system. So now it's very troublesome for me to say, oh, you don't have any waterline projects from the ARPA projects, but you're going to get waterline money from Indian Health Services in the SDS project. If a waterline, the waterline project, mainline waterline projects requires 4 homes per mile in order to construct and determine a project feasible by Indian Health Service. So even the nation there really doesn't have a say in that. Congress directly funded Indian Health Services about $500 million in projects. Those projects are subjected to the laws of ARPA that Congress has set. The bigger picture is that IHS policy will govern the selection of those projects. So, for instance, if it's a 10-mile a water line extension that's a total of 10 miles, you need roughly minimal about 40 homes to actually fund that project if the number is still at 4 homes per mile. At one point, it used to be 3 homes per mile. I think that we really shouldn't have that discussion. And I think, Mr. Speaker, on this portion of the SDS, we really need to sit down with Indian Health Services to give us that rundown, because if a delegate in the waterline project that's appropriated to NTUA, he says, oh, there's so much water money is going into this chapter, but another chapter there's 0. And to tell that chapter, oh, IHS is going to pick you up on the SDS project. How much assurance does the nation has to give that chapter to say that you're going to get that waterline project, because it's still subjected to Indian Health Services policies. And I don't think Congress has waived their policy, but they have a policy in place which I spoke to, that governs the 121 program. That's just get out to leadership so you guys know. You go on mute.
Thank you. That, colleagues, are there any other comments or questions before I turn it back to Honorable Freeland for closing?
Delegate James, Shrinala Speaker.
What's yours?
Daniel So.
Okay.
I
James.
can't have done, Shrinala. I can't have Shrinala Speaker and then members of the Naabik'íyáti work session. Other presenters, Mahlaniki. So, I can't have Shema that not asked her name, Ziki. The Kododan chapters A partners Nel has ando. The Hodon need to cut up base of the car door. All Sakwadon need and Ita Ade Hodgish upon nothing. So it a quinny land a chapters but cut the shy Yahi Asale Ade Yahat a hand down. The Kodoba Bahanet Zihigi, the Fiscal Recovery Funds request and expenditure plan for the Navajo Nation government units. Ada, did you submit that 27 listing like the one that I sent to you earlier? Did you do the request form for those 27? I'm assuming that you would do it because you're the division of the department. If so, can you send that over to me, and then I just so that I can reference back to my chapters that this has already gone through DOJ. It has already been approved. Your project was reviewed by DOJ. Therefore, as chapters, you don't need to do a request form of the expenditure plan of this 27 listing, since that was already on the legislation, but due to the amendment being made with the hardship funds, that was done away, is the response that I received from you earlier. So if you can send that over, or if you can give me a date of when it was approved, this form, that would even be helpful for me to relay that information back to the chapters to have them understand this is going to be your process if this legislation goes through, and how you can spend your $745,000 since these projects were already in the portal and the request forms were done and it was approved by DOJ. So you have a better option running with these projects to spend your $745,000. So if you can give us that information or give me that information here verbally would be helpful. Thank you. I'll put it speaker.
Thank you. With that, let me go on down. Chairman Daniel So.
Thank you, Speaker, Chair, and Naabik'íyáti colleagues, and all the folks on the line. I guess the main thing that the emphasis on water line, power line, broadband. It's all within the one-stop shop. Because for me, I see this acquisition of home site leases and getting all the necessary clearances is an ongoing process. Even though initially we may be looking at 1,000 homes in the 8 chapters I'm representing, it could easily go up to 2,000. And we may short fund those aspects. And I really think that we have to have a process. It's a one-time allocation. Within this 2-year process, we ought to have a one-time 2-year waiver of all those aspects that
the one-stop shop is trying to do. I mean, I heard about one-stop shop since 2019 and it hasn't occurred. How can then we stop? How can we do then a waiver to all those clearances to get water line, power line, broadband projects in place? And if we encountered, as President Nez said, we're going to need more money in the hardship, then as we get to the end of our 2-year period that's left of this eligibility of use of these funds, we're going to get folks at the tail end being shortchanged. And so for myself, I'd really like to, within either legislation, to look at a waiver on all those requirements, and most especially the aspect of categorical exclusion. And then there's another aspect that we really need to look at. And then even within the service line agreement aspects, I know there's many homes that qualify, but if we include those categorical exclusions, we could double the number. For myself, the main intent of these funds ought to be electrical and water line. These other aspects of, for lack of the wellness centers. The wellness centers will have limited usage because not everybody can get to those. We could dial down on those aspects and really look at putting running water into the homes, powering up and lighting up the homes, I think is the biggest priority and would be the biggest accomplishment in using these ARPA funds. And that's the main aspect, I think, that I want to keep emphasizing. How do we accomplish that? Now let's get our best legal minds to sit down and do that aspect. And try to keep Roderick Begay out of that room, because all he does is impose layers and layers of policies that chapters can't deal with. And then these funding, we're not saying give it to the chapters, the ones where we're asking for distribution in the 44 million. We're asking that, again, Division of Community Development, the Division of Economic Development, the broadband office, they're the ones that are going to be basically doing all the paperwork and administering them. It's not going to be the chapters, but it would be for the benefit of the chapters, for the benefit of the people within those chapters. And that's the part that we have to realize that has to happen. And in effect, some of this new process for the waivers, that could also affect the citizen funding that where the power lines and the water lines are all tied up, still tied up. And what we're going on year 5 for getting those power lines built and the water lines. So in that aspect, that's where we need to look. In addition to how we best approach the usage of this money. With that, Speaker, I'll put those ideas forward, and I hope that different people take that idea so that we can go forward. It's and to truly just sit here and not get questions answered. It's a little frustrating. And if we're going to do a workshop, a work session, let's get people that'll answer our questions. Thank you. All right, I'll go back on mute. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Daniel. So with that, colleagues, any other further comments or questions before I go back to the sponsor? Not. Honorable Freeland, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Ellison. Colleagues, thank you. Honorable Cheso for your comment. Honorable Otto Honorable Vince James, I'm going to go ahead and give it up over to Mr. Platero and Dr. Hilleman again once more for a response. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, this is Tom.
Yes, Mr. Platero, the floor is yours.
Mr. Speaker, members of the committee, one of the things that I'm learning here at my new job is the process for the clearances. Part of the issue that we've had our staff take a look at is there's certain timelines within the clearance process. There's only certain times of the year that you can do certain things. And our office is going to be getting together with Belinda Shirley's shop to take a look what they have. But I've had 2 new staff that have joined our office. They're both principal engineers and have worked with projects. And so we're taking a look at that process. But we have identified certain things that we need to make sure that we coordinate with Ms. Shirley on. As far as the process, we're trying to set up a database where all of the information and regulations on projects are located in one place on the Navajo Nation. We've identified that clearances can only be done at a certain time, and they're also, once they complete the process, are available for a certain time frame. So those approvals can actually expire. So we'll be working with Ms. Shirley to provide that. As far as the categorical exclusions, I'll need to learn more on that. I'm not sure if Ms. Shirley's on the line to provide that answer. On the wellness centers, that would certainly be perhaps a discussion item between leadership. Here we provide the support services, but in the end, it's going to be up to Navajo Nation leadership what projects are going to end up on the approved listing. On the question on hardship, yeah. If you look at the controller's website right now, the hardship application form, the application period is January 10, 2022 to December 30, 2022. So applications are being accepted up to that date. I'm not sure if Elizabeth, that is administering this program, Madam Controller, was amendable to changing the deadline date to so that all Navajo Nation enrolled members would be eligible for the hardship. That would be at her discretion. But I just think that there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and the more that we coordinate and support one another, we can get these work done. Mr. Speaker.
Well, Freeland, does that conclude your response?
Speaker, I don't know if Dr. Yeoman wants to provide some feedback as well.
Dr. Yeoman, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Response back to Delegate Vince James that we will be providing him and his chapters an update on their current listing. And then I do know that ARPA technical team they're consolidating the listings and the allocations in 8622. So the listings include the housing, the NPL listing area or the former Bennett Freeze area, the distribution to the 110 chapters, and those breakouts of those expenditures that were listed in 8622. So we'll communicate through the chief of staff, Chaco, on getting those lists out. But I just want to comment really quickly on Delegate Daniel So, and the clearances are a critical part of moving forward. One of the process that we used during the CARES Act was the as-built right-of-way, and that allowed our contractors or our construction, NECA and Intuit, allowed them to go back and complete and finish the right-of-way process because we were, I guess we were in an emergency situation. The CARES Act had limited time on there. We're constructing in a matter of months, but we are still in a very similar situation as far as using the ARPA funds and needing to adjust the clearances. So we are in the position now to adjust those tribal consent and federal consent, and that puts the nation in an overall position to address it once and for all, so to speak. And many people have said they've heard the one-stop shop many terms before, but it needs to happen now. With that, that was I guess a directive in 41-21, and is still being acted on right now. And so that's something that needs to be or should be incorporated into our projects moving forward, because our enterprises, they do rely on us to have these clearances, or the ability to have these clearances addressed. So, Speaker, I just want to stress that it is important. We do need to act on adjusting those clearances and right-of-way and incorporate the as-built process until that happens. And as Director Shirley mentioned earlier, relinquishing some of those authorities of who is providing those clearances now, so that we can act on these projects coming forward, either through the water and power line projects, and even from the chapters. So we did come across some major challenges with the citizen projects. So I just concur on that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, let me go back to the sponsor. Honorable Freeland, does that conclude your response?
Speaker, just one more comment, and then I'll conclude right there. Senator Chairman Chiche, Honorable Daniel still brought up a very important point, and that's the categorical exclusions. Mr. Potero mentioned he needs to learn more about it, but what he's speaking to is the allotted lands and other land statuses in Eastern Agency particularly. And we've had this discussion with BIA. We can't really tell BIA what to do, but we can, of course, incorporate language in legislation as such to have them provide maybe urgent needs or urgent attention to the categorical exclusion portion. I understand that there has been some applications already submitted, and this is really a discussion between Mr. Mike Colonna and Superintendent Lester Sosi or others in the BIA. But how can we address those applications for whether they're going to be for rights-of-ways or they're going to be for allotment leases or whatnot? I don't think we really have touched upon rights-of-ways or homestead leases or allotment leases in any of the legislation, but it'd be good to incorporate new languages. And RDC is working on finalizing the one-stop shop concept, and I understand our chairman is going to be dropping out legislation. So it is in the process, but the category exclusions, we have to obtain approvals from federal agencies, whether that's BIA or sometimes in some certain cases will be BLM as well, because we're going to have to cross their land. So just something for us to consider. And I can follow up more on this one, Shay. I've been kind of doing some research, but I need to get back on it and work with. I can let you and let you know and others, maybe Speaker Damon or Honorable Henyo or Honorable Yazi, as far as where we are at. Maybe we should have an Easter meeting with BIA on category exclusions as well as delegates, and get a little bit more detailed information on it, because it is a very important part. And because of our land status on Eastern, it's going to be a challenge for us. I'm glad you brought it up, Chief. Thank you very much, Speaker. That concludes my response.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, on the legislation 0086-22, we have discussed this legislation throughout the day. The time is, again, colleagues, I just wanted to remind Naabik'íyáti committee, we are in a work session. We do have one more presentation. The time is 3:30 right now. Is there any other comments or questions right now on the legislation? Because we don't have anybody in the queue, or no one is texting to be in the queue. Going twice. Going 3 times. That, colleagues, with a follow-up at the end of the discussion on legislation 0086-22, with the recommendations staff's putting together right now, we'll go ahead and close that out and then move forward on that. After the presentation of our next legislation 0087-22, and have that out as a discussion and comments. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and turn the floor over now to Madam Chair Crotty, who is going to present on legislation 0087-22. It's an action related, again, to the Naabik'íyáti Committee and the Navajo Nation Council, allocating $1,070,298,867 of the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Funds for the regional and chapter projects, approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund regional and chapter project expenditure plan. That, Madam Chair, the floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, I do want to state for the record, I've been on the call, but unfortunately at the beginning, I was not able to respond when you called upon me, Speaker, around 10 o'clock. I was representing the Navajo Nation Council at the Amber Alert Toolkit presentation by the National Amber Alert organization with our Navajo Nation public safety, our law enforcement, Chief Noon and Deputy Chief Silversmith. So I appreciate the invitation by Division Director Delmar and representing the council as today's speaker is the 6th year that we recognize that as a nation we lost one of our youngest relatives, Ashton Mike. And as the family continues to heal, we continue to do this work. So thank you, Speaker, and colleagues for recognizing that that was taking place this morning. And so, but I've been able to hear Delegate Freeland's presentation and his agents. I'll state for the record, Speaker, I do not have any agents. The technical team, to my understanding, the ARPA technical team is Chief of Staff, President's Chief of Staff, Paul Sinchaco, Dr. Pearl Yellowman with Division of Community Development, Tom Platero with the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Office, NQA Walter Haas, and possibly their consultant is Tim Wolf. From that time, Speaker, this is a total opposite interaction, not only with the technical team in terms of requesting information, also requesting technical support. I think in terms of the need and from community members saying to work together, we continue to be open. I'm here at the council chamber, willing to engage in any kind of conversation or questions from my colleagues regarding how we can understand and what is being submitted on behalf of our people when it comes to the ARPA relief plan, and also in the language of the legislation that states that there has been consultation and that is in their best interest. So with that in mind, Speaker, we've been looking over this 500-page document. What I want to do is I hear my colleagues' concerns and questions regarding this document, and my hope is that Sponsor Freeland and his agents who have been provided millions and millions of dollars to provide technical assistance, that they answer the questions of the delegates and provide that information to the chapters and to the surrounding communities. I want to thank our council here for their continued support in listening to community members. And I was just reviewing the hardship legislation, CD 62-21, and which that is a great reminder, colleagues, that the work that this council can do and can complete working together. In Section 5 of that legislation, we did have to waive provisions from CJY 4121, which established the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Process, and the Budget and Finance Resolution, BFS 3121. Now, why in December did the council have to waive certain provisions? Because when this council decided and we agreed upon increasing the amount for hardship, we did not receive the support that we needed from members of the president's staff and his administration. And that's where we may be in the same position now, colleagues. If we're not getting provided collectively what is the status of our chapters that have submitted to the portal, what is the status of those projects, how have they been incorporated? There should be some cross-referencing into not only this legislation, but any legislation that deals with ARPA, so that there's complete transparency in terms of how the decision-making is taking place. So that then is the basis of what we've learned collectively from CARES on how our chapters were provided technical assistance to meet their needs, and the amount of money then was reverted back to hardship. So learning from that, we looked at what could be the best way for our chapters and communities to submit projects on behalf of the relief. And what I want to just recommend or reinstate, like this, the purpose of why we are, well, that we received these dollars was to respond to the COVID public health emergency and its negative economic impacts, including assistance to households, small businesses, and nonprofits, and or aid to impacted industries such as tourism, travel, and hospitality. It also is to respond to workers performing essential work during COVID-19 public health emergency by providing premium pay to eligible workers. Number 3, provide government services to the extent of the reduction in Navajo Nation revenue due to COVID-19 public health emergency relative to revenues collected in the most recent full fiscal year prior to the COVID public health emergency. And 4, make necessary investments in water, sewer, and or broadband infrastructure. And so, Speaker and my colleagues, as I'll go over legislation 0087-22, it really is to highlight the potential that we have collectively as a council, working with our chapters, working with our community members, which include other nonprofits, mutual aid, who have helped us with the COVID relief, because I can remember distinctly delegates saying, you cannot just pass out food at a chapter and know what the chapters need. So Window Rock cannot tell us as delegates who represent our communities what is best for our communities when we have lists of, through their community assessments on their water, their electricity, their broadband projects, and also what then are their needs to make sure that they can properly respond to COVID. Like many of you colleagues, we went out as delegates. I can recall using my own personal vehicle, my own personal trailer, trying to secure basic supplies, basic food, water, waiting for when the National Guard was going to deliver, and not having the capacity that we needed to unload those supplies. We were doing it by hand. We didn't have any of the mechanical equipment. We were there way past midnight. We did have our National Guard volunteers, but it was a lot of effort. And now our chapters have learned from that and are asking for the support, how they can respond to COVID. And that includes warehouses. For some reason during these discussions, and this is why Window Rock sometimes need to take a step back, and because in this legislation 0086-22, there's a provision for the Department of Health to receive $5 million for a warehouse. But yet, if you look at all of your chapters who have submitted a warehouse, for example, to either house their heavy equipment or possible supplies that would be needed to help, including water, hand washing stations, PPE supplies. There was even, diapers, aid for our elders. None of those projects, we do not have any evidence right now that those projects have gone or have been submitted from the portal to DOJ for review. And so that leads me to this legislation. So why this legislation? This legislation is the ability for delegates to look at the remaining amount that needs to be allocated and identify what are the community, local, regional projects that will help your communities respond to the COVID public health emergency. Now, all of us will have a different approach, but we've all been affected by COVID. There is not one part of our nation that we have not seen a number for either being the impact, infected, isolation, and ultimately the grief of losing a relative. That has impacted all of the nation. And so it should really then go back to how can we create this regional through local decision making. And that's really when people ask me what's the main difference from the legislation, I am not going to debate any of the projects that are on Delegate Freeland's listing. What I'm going to say is I do not agree that it should be a Window Rock-based technical team telling leadership on what projects should move forward without giving the courtesy to our chapters in terms of what projects are inserted into this huge document and why the projects were not submitted to DOJ for review. Now, I also want to say too, Speaker, and I'm going to keep this brief, but colleagues, you can look through the document, and it's very similar wording, maybe the first 5 to 6 pages, but when you go to Exhibit C with 0087, that's where you see the opportunity to start building up for the regions that you represent, the projects that will come from the community, that will come from your chapters, that will come from your region on how best to approach your COVID-19 public health relief. And in looking at that, I want to say, colleagues, public safety, no doubt, never stood down. I can remember some initial calls when some of the first reports of COVID and how Kayenta District and Kayenta Police were put on high alert and needed additional support to meet their needs. And never did public safety let us down as a nation. And so what's frustrating or what's of concern is when I look at the technical team's approach, there's less than 1% of these $2 billion are going towards any public safety efforts. Now, these are our frontline officers, these can be our corrections, these can be our EMTs, these can be all of those first responders that were part of every discussion and enforcing the amount of curfews, the lockdowns, and also then having to transport and keep our community safe. And so I would say, because all of our districts are different, all of our needs are different, and speaking to the districts and community members that I represent, they would want to have more opportunity for more housing. And I appreciate Delegate Eugene So, and I'm right there with you, Chase. Like, if we could just go and get the information that we need on housing and the housing assessment, that creates not only a stable family environment, but when you have multi-generations living in one home, that's also can be a tension boiling point. So how can we support the homes and support giving those families the opportunity to have basic infrastructure like water, like electricity? Maybe their homes are no longer really livable, and they may have mold that is impacting them, which creates a greater increase for some of the effects of COVID. And so I think in terms of how we move that forward, colleagues, so that is really the intent of this legislation. We have looked at the DCD ARPA web portal. I do have that up. So for example, I have Delegate Freeland's projects up. What is not clear, and we could see which each chapter has presented, what is not clear and what I keep hearing from my colleagues, and I agree, if there could be a directive made, Speaker, is that the ARPA technical team break down 0086-22 and finish that cross-reference of these projects so that every delegate has an opportunity to see how these recommendations will enhance the COVID-19 public health response to their communities. We have also looked at, in terms of public safety, and what I'm putting out there is we know there's an opportunity to also help with our domestic violence shelters, with our transitional housing, and that's where if community development has a capacity and has not been able to hire those 50 plus positions, because they received the money last July. So that's been, let's see, July, August, September, October, November, December. That's been 10 months ago. The vision of community development may, or I would suggest in any type of discussion, that they need to build up their capacity and look at Navajo Nation businesses that can help them. So I also want to make note, colleagues, that we refer back to our legislation creating this ARPA office, and there was a directive in there that it would be Navajo Nation owned consultants. And so I don't think Wilson and Company is Navajo owned or Navajo business, but that could be part of the solution in getting the support that we need so that we can maximize our response at a community level. Speaker, I can go over some of how projects may be selected, but really this is where we would need the technical team to come in, go over what projects for each delegate has been submitted to Navajo Nation Department of Justice, and then working with the delegate to also provide support to get those projects determined eligible. So I understand some of the challenges that were raised by the agents, but I believe, Speaker, strongly that they also need to take responsibility for their inaction in educating the chapters and community members, and also with the last legislation that was creating these type of slush funds for NTUA. And so NTUA definitely has some, may have had too much authority and say in the last legislation prior to the amendment. I want to state for the record, I am not a board member for NTUA. I believe we still need to keep them accountable, and I'll be providing some information to their board on how to keep healthy, violence-free workplaces. I know I made that commitment, and I will provide that to the company, and I believe that it's in their capacity to continue to provide technical assistance to delegates. So I have an email back from October that states we will need a breakdown of how these projects benefit our communities, and 7 months later, I still stand that all of these projects should have some type of cross-reference and some type of support given to community members to make their decisions at their local level. So, Speaker, I'm going to defer and yield back the floor. I think in terms of being open for what Vice Chair Walker mentioned, I'm certainly open to have compromise or conversations in terms of why certain projects were being submitted to 0086-21. When I'm looking through the document, colleagues, I see expenditure plans, but I don't see where some of these like treatment centers or what senior centers will be built. I think in terms of we need more information so that we can properly advocate for our community. So I think we've done it, asked several different ways. I'm not sure what legal, do we need to subpoena the information, Speaker, to get what projects are being submitted? How are they cross-referenced? And how can we get them funded? And also looking at then, we might be at a point where we have to start waiving some of the provisions if these projects are not going to be submitted to Navajo Nation Department of Justice for a review. I think that could be something that we did not expect, that the division directors would not push those projects forward to be reviewed. And so I'm also open to see how we could get those eligibilities checked off, and we can move forward with expenditure plans. Thank you, Speaker. I'll yield back the time.
Thank you very much for that, Madam Chair Crotty. Let me, again, colleagues, on the legislation 0087-22, that Madam Chair Crotty just presented. At this time, I'm going to go to the floor if there's any comments or questions on this legislation. Madam Chair McCarty, I think there was one suggestion that you asked for of our office to ask Department of Justice on which projects have actually been reviewed per the ones that have chapter projects have been uploaded to the DC portal. I do believe we did ask that question and we still haven't got a response, but we're doing a follow-up again on that right now to Mr. Mel Rodas and his team who have been reviewing these initial ARPA, I guess, requests. So with that, colleagues, I'm going to go to the floor at this time. Are there any comments or questions at this time for legislation 0087-22?
Speaker Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman Daniel So, floor is yours.
Okay, the Speaker, Chair of Naabik'íyáti Committee, the Honorable Chair Amber Knizbach Crotty, and to all the folks on this teleconference. In this legislation, as in the amended 0257, the chapters would basically resubmit projects and go through the DOJ portal. And if they are eligible and if funded, whatever that project is would remain with the division as the ones that would essentially administer and actually make sure that the project is completed. Is that assumption correct with your legislation? That would be my question, Speaker, and I may have follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. With that, colleagues, are there any other comments or questions at this time? If there are none, let me go back.
Delegate Charles Newton.
With that, Madam Chair Charles Newton, let me go to you and then I'll go back to Madam Chair Crotty. Madam Chair Charles Newton, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Delegate Crotty. I was looking through both legislations. I was able to get through the legislation that has been provided here, 0086-22 and 0087-22. Just 0086-22, there's still a lot of missing information that I think that we need to be aware of, and I would recommend to all of my colleagues to go through it. If you specifically the housing portion of the legislation, if you look at the ones for the housing in the NPL, the Bennett Freeze in the NPL area, just an FYI, you're missing the budget form for the development of the I guess the housing manufacturing company. I believe in that there was, you have the money provided, or you have the breakdown for the homes but there is no breakdown for developing the office. And so a lot of your budget forms are missing, which is a little bit concerning for me, looking through the legislation, since we're always talking about having a complete budget form. But I do want to make that known that $1,550,000 to develop a manufacturing housing plant, and then the Hata Deal chapter, page 1 of 3 on Appendix A, towards the end of the 0086-22, there's no budget form for that $1,550,000. And that's kind of the case for a lot of the other projects. So it is a little bit concerning. I do want to point that out, Speaker. But in terms of 0087-22, the legislation does provide us some information on the projects. There has been a lot of questions coming from chapters regarding this legislation, Delegate Crotty. So for each delegate's region, we would be receiving $44,595,786. And the question that a lot of the chapters had is, because of the misinformation, miscommunication that was coming out from Division of Community Development in terms of what projects are eligible. There are chapters that want clarification in that they would be able to go back to the drawing board to be able to identify the projects that they want included in this legislation. That's what they want clarification on. That's number one. I did explain to them, as long as it is within the guidelines that are set forth in the legislation for FRS spending, then they should be eligible. But there was also a lot of confusion from chapters in the way that these projects would be submitted. For instance, one chapter said, do we submit to Division of Community Development? And how do we know that they're going to submit it to DOJ for review? Because there's a lot of chapters that did state that they submitted project information, but they're not even sure if it actually went through the review process or if it went through kind of like a vetting process there at Division of Community Development. So that was another question that came out. The other question that also came out from chapters that have been reaching out to me asking questions about your legislation, Delegate Crotty. And I just to be clear, I have been encouraging them to contact you directly so that you can answer the questions. But in terms of the projects that have been already pre-selected, and I say pre-selected because those are the ones that were already submitted. So the question is, for those projects, can they amend that project listing and remove projects that they had initially included to receive New Mexico State ICIP funding for, that they may have already received funding for? And I think that's part of that like cross-referencing that you were talking about. And so that was one of the questions that came out is has DCD done that cross-referencing, from funds that are coming down the pipeline that have already been allocated, let's say for education funds, that the federal funds that came down to DOTI, are those projects that the chapters wanted that included education, were they cross-referenced with the DOTI projects? And so a lot of chapters that did reach out, actually all the chapters that reached out to me stated that they didn't even know that there was a federal funding going directly down to like DOTI, that there was direct funding going down to like NHA for housing. There was no information provided to them on any of these direct funding coming down from the federal government to the various divisions or departments for specific reasons. So that was another question is, how do we know which projects may be receiving funding or which projects, were submitted on our behalf? Because we weren't informed about the extra funding that would be coming down from the federal government. Another question that chapters had is in terms of the projects for broadband, water, electricity. There was a lot of questions about, whether the chapters could help assist in finding, small businesses to help NTUA. Because there was chapters that were saying that they know small businesses like plumbers that may be able to assist with NTUA, and to help with employment with their constituents, which I think is a really good idea because their chapters know, who is employed in which field. So they did ask that question. I didn't know how to answer that. I told them that may be a question specific to the enterprise that they may have to ask, but they didn't even know, in terms of, how to even go about doing that. So I have met with a lot of chapters, who have stated that they are in support of, the chapters getting the funds that they need to be able to identify the projects. And to be clear, Delegate Crotty, a lot of the chapters that did reach out, stated, and in fact, if you look at the Facebook comments, there were even some comments made by chapter officials who were saying that, the information that was shared by Division of Community Development, that was the first time that they were hearing that. And so there's been so much miscommunication, misinformation. I know that each chapter is treated differently in terms of, the information that is being shared with them. And so I think a lot of the chapters just really kind of want a fair footing when it comes to these fundings. And the last question that came about is how will chapters be informed on what they can and cannot do with this funding? And so I think that that's a really good question, because I think Western chapters were told one thing different from what Northern agency chapters were told. And so there was just a lot of back and forth confusion about the rules in terms of how this funding can be spent, and then the projects that can be identified from the chapters regarding what their communities need. But I do want to state that, Delegate Crotty, I do support this legislation only because I did meet with my Shiprock community on 2 separate occasions. One, I did set up at the Shiprock Flea Market, where I met with roughly around over 200 people who stopped by to talk to me about, some of the ideas that they have. We also did a survey at that time, and I do have the survey results for that. And then I also had a Shiprock community update meeting 2 Saturdays ago here in Shiprock, where a lot of our my Shiprock community didn't even know that we still had ARPA money left over. And they said they had read about it in the Navajo Times, but they thought that the money was had already been spent. And many of them didn't even know that the chapters had submitted projects. So when I went through the project listing of the projects that were submitted by the chapter officials, many of the Shiprock constituents, and I would say 90% of them, because they came out physically, 90% of them are the ones who are always at the chapter meetings. These are the elderly, who are a part of our community, who are always speaking out, who stood out there in the cold with me in order to get an update, about what was happening there in the community, or they sat in their vehicles and then they listened. We had a mic, set up, and we did have, many of the Shiprock community members who did stop in. But, to be clear, a lot of them didn't know what was going on. And there's no communication coming down from our chapter to the constituents. And so it has caused a lot of, issues in terms of, how money is being spent and where that money is being spent. And so I know that when I did ask my Shiprock community members, honk if you want 0086-22, there was no honks. And I honk if you want 0087-22, there was an uproar of honking and people yelling and screaming. So I know that my Shiprock community is in support of 0087-22. And that is why I made it very clear that we haven't had any public hearings. And the response, that we got from the Naslizer administration per Tom Platero, who is the FRF office speaking on behalf of the Naslizer administration, is that no public hearing is required. And there was a reference to Citizen, and then there was a reference to general funds. But I will make it known that with Citizen and general funds, we've never used the people's CIB numbers to get this funding for Citizen or for getting general funds. We did use the Navajo People CIB numbers for the ARPA money. And so I think there's a huge distinction there. And I think that that's why we do need a public hearing. And so Delegate Crotty, and then also Chair Nez and Delegate Charlene. So I do want to propose a Northern Agency public hearing. Maybe we can do that here soon on a Saturday to hear from the Northern Agency. And, even if it's just the 4 of us delegates out there listening to what the community says, at least we can say there was a public hearing that was offered. And this is where Northern Agency stands on this issue. So I do want to state that, Delegate Crotty, thank you very much. And thank you, Speaker, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much with that. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, let me go ahead and go back to Madam Chair, Member Crotty at this time. Madam Chair Crotty, the floor is yours for response.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Chairman So, for your questions. I'll defer to page 7 of 16 of the legislation. It does state on line 4, the regional and chapter projects expenditure plan and delegate region project plan funding will be allocated to the Navajo Nation central government, specifically the Division of Community Development or other appropriate Navajo Nation divisions or departments to implement the projects rather than directly to the chapters. Chair, this is an answer to your question in terms of how to support and the administrative oversight of the funding. But if you look on line 9E, the Navajo Nation central government, specifically the Division of Community Development or other appropriate Navajo Nation divisions or departments, shall manage and administer funds and delegate region project plans on behalf of non-LGA certified chapters. The Navajo Nation central government may award funding to LGA certified chapters through subrecipient agreements to implement and manage specific projects, but shall maintain administrative oversight, such as funding and delegate region project plans. Currently, that was the negotiated language in terms of how funding, where the funding would reside and how to keep oversight over the projects. In terms of selecting projects on page 7 of 16, line 22, it does state each Navajo Nation delegate shall select fiscal recovery fund eligible projects within their delegate region to be funded by Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund regional and chapter projects expenditure plan through a delegate regional project plan. And then on page 8 of 16, line 2, delegates may select projects for their delegate regional plans from the list of projects that are attached as Exhibit D. These projects that have already been submitted to Navajo Nation Department of Justice for an initial eligibility determination and are not included in another enacted expenditure plan. Delegates may also add region-specific funds to other previously enacted projects or expenditure plans. Delegates may also select projects that have not previously been submitted to Navajo Nation Department of Justice for an initial eligibility determination, including proposed fiscal recovery fund chapter projects submitted to the Division of Community Development of those such projects. Will have to have a Navajo Nation Department of Justice eligibility determination before they can be approved by the Navajo Nation Council. And so I hope that answers your questions in terms of projects. This language has in my understanding, has been vetted through our legislative council and believes that this could be the best possible approach. When it comes to Delegate Chair Charles Noon in terms of eligible projects, I do want to read from CJY 41-21. And so a lot of these questions should and need to be answered by the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Office. In Section 11B, this office shall be a clearinghouse that will, at minimum, educate the public on Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund matters, coordinate, facilitate, and implement Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund responsibilities assigned to the Office of the President, Vice President, or the Executive Branch, ensure expeditious review of Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund eligibility determinations and other Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund matters by Executive Branch programs and offices, ensures Navajo Nation compliance with Fiscal Recovery Fund provisions of ARPA and Navajo Nation laws and regulations by all the entities receiving Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Funds. And so I think in terms of what we've heard from our chapters and also in terms of hearing from my chapters in my region, being invited to talk with Delegate Herman Daniels' region, it's a clear example that chapter leadership still has a lot of questions, and that this council should direct the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Office to provide that education to the public and also be able to coordinate and facilitate some of those responsibilities that have been assigned to the executive branch. So if the divisions are not able to provide that type of support, then in my reading of this legislation, it would be the office. And so that would be able to help if chapters, first, they need to know the status of their eligibility. I know for our Saturday meeting, we were grateful to see from community development that the breakdown of what projects were submitted to Department of Justice and what date, and identified what projects that have not been submitted. So we need that full picture for all of the 24 districts. And I think that would help us know what is Navajo Nation or what is considered eligible. I don't want to complicate the issue, and Ms. Barbara, if she's on the line, can also give guidance that Navajo Nation DOJ is simply reviewing for eligibility. That does not stop or that does not prohibit a project from being proposed for ARPA consideration. And I would then have to defer, actually, Speaker, because these are questions that I'm also asking. Can chapters amend projects that they have submitted if they've received funding within the last year? How can they receive information on the federal funding that is coming down the pipeline when it comes to education from our Department of Education, and give them more information on what we're considering those non-ARPA dollars? I believe I made that request at our last meeting, and if we could have a comprehensive, at that time it was 667 million. It's my understanding now that's over 700 million that has come down from additional federal funding, and to look at how can chapters and community members support Navajo small businesses. That would all take the work of the Fiscal Recovery Office and working with the different executive directors to help develop those expenditure plans and to keep the chapter informed. So this has been a challenge, Speaker and colleagues, because our technical team does feel like they've provided that information, but we're still hearing that there are still a lot of questions. And now, as we can move forward to understand what can be funded and what type of technical support, going back to those millions of dollars. If you look at the ARPA website, you can also see the money that was allocated back in July, and you could visually see the breakdown and how much of that money has been used. to hire individuals and to build up the capacity. And I'm going to say, Speaker, just looking at some of this budget information, we're moving at a turtle's pace. So our internal structure is not keeping up with how we want to move these projects forward. And so it's my understanding that within the last 6 weeks that some of the contractors who were funded back in July have just recently received their funding. And so there's still a lot of internal issues that we have to address and just make sure that those individuals getting funding for technical assistance are then in fact providing that technical assistance. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much for that response. So let me go ahead, colleagues. At this time, I'm going to go back to the floor. I don't have anybody else in queue, though. Is there any comments or questions on the presentation that has just been given on legislation 0087-22? Going twice. Going 3 times. With that, colleagues, thank you very much, Madam Chair McCarty, for that presentation. Colleagues, with the legislations both on with the notes that I have been taking on legislation 0086-22, it seems like there has been more of a direction on questions that could be answered by the sponsor and also by the sponsors agents. Almost said referees for some reason. The response from that, colleagues on the legislation 0086-22 comes with a couple of recommendations to the Speaker's office that we will follow up on, not only with the recommendation of possibly looking at amending or putting together a possible solution that could be beneficial to some of the comments that were placed before on taking not only the recommendation from taking the last vote on legislation 0258 or 0257-21, and then taking into the consideration what was pulled out of there, also taking into consideration what was directed as a possibility of what could be moved forward, and then also a possibility of a merger. Our office will try to work on a best possible solution, but in that best possible solution, too, colleagues, recommendation will be coming forth from everyone that is part of this committee. Our organization at the Speaker's office will probably put together multiple recommendations as we have done before and what we can do again. But that's something that would adhere to the recommendations from what is not only as a response. I do ask the President's office too as well, if you're looking for a compromise, that it seemed like there was numerous comments on the compromise that was not taken forth possibly, and seeing if there was a recommendation for future compromise to the representative that was on the line, whether that would be from Tom Potero or Mr. Paulson Chaco leading the charge on that. I take great thought in if there's even a meeting of the minds, how we were meeting before when legislation 0257-21 was on the table, even if we have a follow-up with that moving forward. Moving on down to Madam Chair Amber Crotty's legislation 0087-22, there's a recommendation. We did get a response, Madam Chair Crotty, on your question to us from Department of Justice, and it states that let me see, it did state that they don't know which ones have actually been submitted, because they never got a listing from DCD on what projects were actually submitted to the portal. We asked if that could be done, and if there might have been some that could have been submitted under the 0257-21 legislation, in order for those to go ahead that might have been reviewed under water, wastewater, or electricity projects, but other ones that probably need to be further cross-referenced. So maybe that's something that we are going to have to work together and go line by line if those projects, because it seems like there was multiple colleagues that did ask that same question to see which legislation or which projects were actually vetted by that were uploaded in the DC portal but have not been reviewed or have been reviewed, and to know which ones are we just spinning the wheel and not following up on that recommendation. On that, if there's a further recommendation on on what you have stated, Madam Chair Crotty, in the response from the okay, so what we might have to review, we might have to go cross-reference at least the staff. Our staff is going to have to cross-reference, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Barbara, for showing me the document. Yeah, that's in Exhibit D under your legislation, Madam Chair Crotty. It's all determined, are all eligible projects have been determined. Well, all projects that have been received by Navajo Nation Department of Justice or eligibly determined as of March 25th, 2022. So, Chief, I guess each one of the legislative staff assistants will take one of these and cross-reference it with each one of the chapter projects, and that we can probably get done by each one of the agencies within a day. So we can go ahead and cross-reference that to see and get you a better response, Madam Chair Crotty, to see which ones that have actually been uploaded or which ones have actually been approved and vetted by the Department of Justice. So we can go ahead and move forward with that. Thank you for that, Ms. Barbara, for showing me that information. So with that, colleagues, we have some work to do. I know that at least to answer some more of your questions regarding both legislations. Both these legislations will be eligible to go before the Naabik'íyáti committee on Thursday, May 10th, 12th. I do believe there might be as early as May 13th as suggestion to have a special session. But I have not formally, have you been formally notified of that? It's already been requested? Honorable Freeland has already requested for have a special session on legislation 0086-22 on May 13th. Yeah, well, it'll be on the 12th. If that's only if it even goes through the process at that time. Again, colleagues, that's where we're at right now. Thank you again to Honorable Freeland, your sponsor, or to your agents. Thank you to Madam Chair Amber Crotty for you and your presentation here to the Navajo Nation Naabik'íyáti Committee. With that, colleagues, moving on down, on a further recommendation, there was a request to have another presentation by the broadband organization under the Navajo Nation. Well, I don't think we have a broadband office, but we do have Mr. Chico Charlie, who's overseeing with the Navajo NTRC office, So with that, Mr. Tico Charlie, I know that there was a request this morning. Did that request actually go to Mr. Charlie at 2 a.m.? Or did that just go to us? Was Mr. Tico Charlie included in that request? Okay. Well, Mr. Charlie, I don't know if you're on the line. I didn't hear from you entire day. Maybe you're getting your presentation together. But if you do, Mr. Charlie, there was a request to go to your office to go ahead and provide further information that Honorable Keelan Begay and Honorable Slater were trying to identify any further recommendation or what your thoughts are on moving forward with the overall Navajo Nation broadband solution.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate
And
Charles.
also a third request from Honorable Slater to hear from another organization. What was that organization?
Speaker, could I speak to that right now briefly?
Yes, Honorable Slater, go ahead. And Madam Chair, I will put you in the queue.
Thank you, Speaker, for honoring the request to speak. I guess I would make a recommendation. It's 4:30. It's late. I would like to have colleagues' full attention when Ms. Thompson provides the presentation. She still is on the line right now, and I don't know if you want to survey colleagues and see if they want to hear from her now. Otherwise, could we schedule her to present at NABI and have it be a report then prior to consideration of 86 and 87? Would that be a possibility?
What this would be my recommendation, because we didn't have both of these individuals or organizations that we're planning to present. What we can do is we can have a further work session, and I can schedule that work session as early as I'll work together with the Resource and Development Committee and HESI, or is the Budget and Finance Committee having a meeting on the 10th? Or I don't think they are. I don't think BNF's having a meeting on the 10th, so we might have an open day that day. And if that's the case, most likely we'll have a work session on Tuesday, November 10th, prior to the Naabik'íyáti. What did I say? November. I'm already in November. Tuesday, May 10th, 2022. If that's good with you, colleagues, we can go ahead and move forward and set that up. No opposition? There's none. We'll go ahead and shoot for that. Honorable Slater, do you mind if you could email that information over to who the organization and who would be speaking on May 10th? And then also, if there's any further questions, colleagues, can you email those in as well so we can get those lined up for you? Also, Honorable Keelan Begay will work with you and identify the whole presentation on broadband that you're looking forward to. With that, let me go on to Madam Chair Charles Newton. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Speaker, really quickly, Speaker, I'm a little bit confused. This was our first work session regarding these two legislations. My understanding through the conversations is that we would come back, and I guess there was a request to the president's office, to compromise. And I believe both sponsors did state that they are willing to, come back to the table to compromise. But we just got finished doing this work session, and Speaker, there was an immediate request, the 12th through the 13th to discuss this legislation. So what I want to know is on what day are we going to sit down with the president's office to talk about what portions of the legislation they're willing to compromise? Because if not, then when we get to hearing legislation 0086-22, there's gonna, we're not gonna get anywhere. Speaker. So I want to know, when we're going to sit down to start talking about which portions of the legislation we're going to be compromising on. That's number one. Number two, Speaker, is I did hear you direct your staff to start looking at the projects that have come down from the chapter and then looking at the federal projects. I think there was like 2 or 3 requests to Division of Community Development to get this done, and it was never done. And so I just, Speaker, we rely so much on our staff, and they do such a great job in getting these things done for your office and getting them done for council. But the executive branch has millions of dollars that they could hire somebody to get this done, Speaker. So I just, I appreciate you asking this, your staff to do this. But by doing this, we're letting Division of Community Development off the hook when, as you stated, even on the record, Speaker, that they were asked to get it done and it still hasn't been done yet. And so this, it presents a problem because we're trying to get as much information as we can. There has been a lot of statements made about the open communication. We're talking to the people, we're telling them what's going on. And yet there's really no cooperation coming from the executive branch on getting a lot of the questions that we have answered. And I think the big thing that a lot of the chapters want to know is, what direct funding from the federal government, has come down, for their chapter community. That way it's something that they maybe won't have to consider or maybe won't include in this ARPA legislation as a project that they want completed. So I just want to know, Speaker, in that regard, with the Speaker's staff getting this done, that's going to be more work for them on top of the work that they're already doing for our committees and getting ready for things that we have already planned, Speaker. So I'm just a little bit worried that we're stretching our staff too thin by giving them a project that was asked of the executive branch 3 or 4 times. And if the executive branch doesn't want to work with us and they don't want to get it done, then I think just a simple, we don't want to do it, will suffice. But saying that we'll get it done and we'll give it to you guys the next time, has gotten us to this point now where none of that has been completed, Speaker. And we need to hold our directors accountable. We need to hold the executive branch accountable. If they don't want to do the work, then tell the people they don't want to do the work. If they can't do the work, then tell the people they can't do the work. But if you're sitting on millions of dollars and you don't want to do the work or you can't do the work, then give that money back so we can give that to the people. We can start giving money out for the hardship. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Charles Newton, to your first question, or I guess let me just respond to your first thoughts about the recommendation about merging. I can't stop the legislation from moving forward, and the legislations will be on Thursday the 12th agenda. What I can do is I will reach out to both of our colleagues, Honorable Freeland and Honorable Crotty, to see if they're willing to sit down either prior to that or on that day to continue having a discussion after this. The second one is that I can't, as everyone has the right as an elected member of the council, to put in a petition to have a session, a special Navajo Nation Council session. And if that's the direction of one of the sponsors, it would be up to the council to decide if they want to have that special session. Maybe a further special session down the road might be needed, or if not, if colleagues are wanting to take and run with one legislation immediately, that's up to the council as a whole to decide. But I will work with them to see if there's further recommendations that they have, trying to identify if there's any mergers. That's the reason why the Speaker's office will try to get any kind of working document together over the next couple of days put some different scenarios together. The last response, or your question, I guess, or responding to the last comment about the speaker's office. Well, let me just say that the speaker's office will continue to work to make sure that we get the answers that colleagues are needing to make sure that we're getting every part of our jobs completed. And if that's not something that's going to be assisted from, we will continue as we have done in the past to make sure that we go ahead and get that information out to you, colleagues. Moving on down, colleagues, we do have a recommendation from here. I'll reach out to Madam Chair Crotty, reach out to Honorable Freeland on their recommendation. Possibly even after this, call Mr. Paulson Chaco and see if he's willing to sit down with his team again to give some direction. In the meantime, and before we get to the next Naabik'íyáti committee meeting, again, colleagues, the next Naabik'íyáti committee meeting will have both legislations on there. And from that point, if there's a compromise or recommendation to compromise, that amendment might be available. If not, that amendment might be asking for further discussion or further recommendation, and both legislations could move forward. Both legislations could get removed from the agenda. Just knowing that isn't the final authority. Final authority is at the Navajo Nation Council. Also, colleagues, we will be working together with the staff to get the information about the chapters, which information is completed, and then last but not least, working together to identify the meeting that will be happening on next Naabik'íyáti committee work session, which will be happening on Tuesday, May 10th, starting at 10 a.m. for the broadband, the two presentations that we have as of right now. Colleagues, if you have another presentation on broadband, could you please give that information to us now so that we're not trying to get a last minute broadband presentation from another organization collectively within that day, because it doesn't, we're trying to get the best information out to you, colleagues, and it would give them ample time to put together a presentation in a week's notice rather than a 2-hour notice. So again, if you have that information, let us know. Other than that, colleagues, I think with that, we have come to the conclusion, final recommendations of our work session today. Is there any other discussion? If not, colleagues, we'll go ahead and officially adjourn at this time at 4:38 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.